Kathy Smith, LCEA.
Stuart Klatt for the teachers. I'm quoting from Morgan & Morgan, sorry. Paraphrasing.
Amy Gordon,
LCEA.
LCEA.
Tony Beckett, LCEA.
Tracy Wood, LCEA.
Melissa Newman, LCEA.
Liz Schlatter, LCEA.
All right, I think that is everyone. So it's 9:07, 8/20/2020, and we'll commence with LCEA Lake County Schools bargaining. I basically didn't feel the need to provide a formal agenda, and that I think we know what the primary business of today is, and that's to dive in and work on this MOU for return to Lake County Schools as that rapidly approaches. Yesterday afternoon, you guys sent the draft of the MOU.
Some draft, yeah.
That we floated around, and so
okay,
I
cool.
read over some of the, I had some time to review it, so I think we can move through and discuss the MOU as we go through, and that seems to be our main point of what we need to accomplish today. I know that we're scheduled for full day, so that being from the 9 to 3 was what we set the time as, and who knows whether we'll need all of that or more than that. So I think we'll set for an appropriate break around the noontime hour, whatever seems like a natural breaking point as we approach that. Sometimes I know when we've done full day, we've broke a little earlier than that. Sometimes we broke a little later, depending on where the discussion guides us. So Stuart, do you want to just dive into the MOU?
Let's just dive in.
Okay, I'll share my screen. The version that you see here is you guys, the one that you sent over, which contains the progress we have made so far with you guys, additional comments and considerations in there also. For people who have not seen this yet, you'll see some of the strikes and underlines that appear to be less bold for the most part throughout the document. Those are the pieces that I've worked through prior to or during our last session and presented our last session, and then you'll see different portions that are in a heavier bold, and that throughout the document, with a few exceptions, that will be some of the feedback you guys provided and sent over yesterday. I think right out of the gate, looking at this document, I think we agreed last time that this statement, can you guys all see my screen?
Yep.
That talked about acknowledging obligation to meet the emergency order. I think we agreed that it was unnecessary. Are we in agreement with that still?
We still are. In fact, we're in court over that very thing this morning.
Yeah. So we're gonna poof, it's gone. As we move through, I think I understand. Looking at our health and safety, we talked about visitors in the classroom, and in this statement, I included district staff to make sure that people know that when district staff enter a campus, they're going to be temperature screened and they're going to adhere to our safety guidelines. While visiting a campus, you guys added and have permission from the teacher. I'm assuming that you're talking about permission from a teacher to enter their classroom.
Exactly.
What I would like to do in preparation for discussion of this bullet, I'd like to share a document that we will probably find helpful, and something that we've talked about happening for a while. And
well, that's all right. I just want to be able to hear. How are you, ma'am? Good.
That we talked about for a while. Let me pull it up. Dr. Weisskopf and her team from the academic side of the house put together, hang on one second, let me stop sharing for a second, but it defined what, we've had numerous conversations where language mushes together and understanding why people are on campuses and what visitations to classrooms or what. So let me pull that up real quick. Which I had it open and ready to go, but for some reason it disappeared on me. Here it is. All right, back to share screen. So can you see the definitions page now? So basically, we've talked about there's a lot of different times where learning walks and things are occurring versus what a walkthrough would be, and the learning walk tool is used on different times, and sometimes it's not. So I wanted everybody to take a minute we can review some of this. As we're looking at, you guys' desire was to limit traffic in the classrooms, and some of what I was trying to convey in our last meeting was that we are working to limit those, but we're not willing to totally, omit the ability of folks to come into classrooms. So if you want, I guess the best way is if everybody can see it. Do I need to blow it up some more?
That'd be nice.
Okay.
I go for my eye doctor appointment tomorrow, so.
And then I can scroll down. So we'll look at
There
the
you go,
first two.
thanks.
So we'll take a few minutes if you want to read through that, so I'm not reading to you.
I appreciate it.
Point of clarification on the principal meetings with learning walks. Those occurring 6 times a year. That's not per school. That's 6 different schools. Isn't that correct, Mr. Feltner?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, correct.
Okay. And the instructional reviews occur the 2 times a year at every school, correct?
Right. Twice at each school and yeah.
I'll pull up a little bit. Does everybody feel like they've been able to read through it? So in discussion with the academic team and the superintendent, these first two sections are what we're looking at backing down for the first quarter and not completing. But what we're wanting to do is still be able to have some learning walks in schools as we address the, we feel like it's more important than ever to be able to address, where the needs are and how we can support our schools with the learning gaps and slides that are going to exist with students, and also knowing that the teachers are facing such an uncharted task at hand with how schools are coming back in and the way that we're going to have to be flexible all along the way. We want to make sure that we're able to make informed decisions. I've seen just in my experience how if under minor crises, being asleep at the wheel and letting things just roll without providing appropriate support and making informed decisions, how it can be extremely detrimental. Under these extraordinary circumstances with COVID, that I could see it being compounded even further if we're not using our complete team district-wide and working together from teachers to administrators to district level to make the best decisions for our kids, where we could run into some major issues. And I will say, by the learning walk still occurring, they're not trying to be roaming through classrooms constantly. It's as necessary to make sure that we've got our finger on the pulse to make sure folks are supported properly, and that we're going to make sure we can provide our essential duties of education to these kids. So even with that, you'll probably see a reduced number of learning walks occurring. But so that's where we stand as far as those three pieces go. And the walkthroughs, I'll tell you, again, I've said in the past, very, very few of those occur anymore. I think we've got a very teacher-friendly evaluation system based on the data that comes out of it. And usually walkthroughs are, as you see, it's only to observe ratings at the applying and innovating level. A lot of times that occurs either through agreements, through conversations with the teacher and the principal, or at the request of the teacher. So those are pretty benign as far as hurting anyone. So that's where we stand, and we want to be reasonable, and we fully understand that you don't want these large parties traipsing through classrooms, and we don't think that's the best idea either. But we still want to be able to, make sure we're answering the call.
Well, I appreciate the definitions here, but this seems to be more an issue that needs to go into the contract, because I'm not seeing anything in the contract with these definitions.
Well, and this has been ongoing talk for the last year and a half, really, about what these are and how we use them. But we fully feel like, and that can be as we go into open book soon.
Well, we've got an open contract right now and have for the last 2 years, and this is the first I've seen this.
All right. Rather than go down a whole bunch of roads where we just debate for hours and waste time, I'd rather stay on focus of the different parts and components of the MOU so we can work through it. I think we all know kind of where we've been with discussion of learning walks and things of that nature, and the different opinions we have about the open contract. So I think for the time being, I'll say that I feel like we are being flexible and we are making concessions from our current practice. And that's what we're proposing, is that, you know, there are going to be some learning walks, but they're not going to occur in those larger groups where you see so many people on campuses for the first quarter of school.
Well, the contract already limits the number.
And anything that's within the current contract language, you know, that we're going to continue to follow that current contract language as far as visitations and things like that.
So let's put a moratorium on it for the first 6 weeks so that we can let the dust settle and see how this COVID is going to play out. And then we can revisit and look at how things are going and where we need to go from there.
I cannot agree to that. We're not going to have a moratorium of administrative personnel being able to enter classrooms. Not going to happen. I feel like we're making a concession by drastically reducing, and definitely where there's large groups, and there is going to have to be some trust that exists between the two groups, and where we have issues to where it's reached a where, you know, you guys feel like there's a certain school that, you know, is moving beyond what is reasonable, then we can work those issues out.
So basically what you are saying then is administrative staff or others, whatever, that is at a school can still come in, but there would be no district people coming in within the first 9 weeks.
No, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the parameters of the learning walk section that you see on here, the possibility still exists that that could occur, but we're going to reduce the frequency of that. But depending on the status of a school and what we're seeing would probably determine what would be there. And I think, you know, we can look at data, and we can look at things that, you know, are on paper, but until we witness, you know, what the true needs and what is really going on in classrooms, you know, we can't react and make informed decisions about. And then, you know, we're basically we're operating in a blind atmosphere as far as from the district level. I think it's very important if we're going to make informed decisions about how we navigate these rough waters ahead, that we do it as a full team. And, you know, and understand that the people that are going to be visiting occasionally, that's just a small piece of the process of making sure that people are supported. I mean, I think they can gather, you know, that offers some qualitative mindset also by putting eyes on the actual situation and what's going on. And if we're going to be able to, you know, make informed decisions, but also be able to empathize with our employees across the district, then we've got to be able to see it. And we're not willing to limit that absolutely. You know, they will be temperature screened. You know, they'll be in PPE. But at the end of the day, it's not, I don't feel like it's going to be a huge disruption in the classes, and I don't feel like it's going to impose any, you know, major threat to the health and safety of the students or the teachers in the classrooms.
Well, this is an incremental increase from our current contract.
How so?
Well, I can't go up, so. I mean, our current contract says no more than 4, and here we're talking regional teams, select district personnel, and school leadership teams. So those are like 7 or 8 people right there.
I think this is just covering the types of individuals that could possibly be there. I don't feel like I think it's pretty, and we talk about the number of individuals that visit classrooms in contract language. This is just covering the types of people that you could possibly see, trying to be transparent in that.
Yeah, contract says 4, and then, so then are you saying that you don't want the, also to not have permission from the teacher? Because there may be some teachers who may be willing to have people still come into the room like this, but other ones that are trying to really be safe for their family or themselves or whomever, then they should be able to say, no, I would not like those other people because we don't know where they have been.
I,
into
I
the-
I feel like we're going to take the proper screening protocols to make sure folks, the problem is we can't totally eliminate anyone's fear there. But I get what you're saying, but we're not going to receive permission from anyone to enter any work environment in the district. So I think some of the thoughts I had in reading you guys' language with an open mind was, would it be possible, if we included some language that spoke to teachers letting their principals know if they're uncomfortable or have some issues with folks visiting. And I think I can trust my principals from that point. If someone has some extreme issues with it, that they have an opportunity to discuss that with their principal, and things could be curtailed perhaps.
Well, we're in a unique situation. I mean, typically when we're bargaining, we're looking at money and work conditions and that sort of thing. In this situation, we are talking literal life and death and health situations of our teachers, our students, and their families. So I think anything that we can do to be conservative, at least initially, until we have an understanding of where we are, say, a month from now, we should take cautious conservatism approach. And I'm not saying that here.
Well, I am. And so I think we disagree on our definition of what cautious conservatism is on the approach. But at the end of the day, this isn't the NBA. These folks aren't living in a bubble with no outside exposure to the world. So having folks that are being properly screened within the district and visiting fairly infrequently to uphold, the duties that we're charged with to, provide the essential function of education to our kids, we're making some concessions in this. So I do feel like we're being
Where are the
taking a
concessions?
conservative.
Where are the concessions? I'm not seeing those.
The instructional reviews that you see on your screen and the principal meetings with learning walks, which would sometimes create influxes of greater numbers of people on the campuses, will not occur during the first quarter. And then the learning walk section, this is basically establishing that.
No, well, back up. It
Okay.
says they will occur during the first and third quarters.
This is a definition for under normal circumstances. This is not being presented as language towards the agreement.
Okay, good.
This is
All right. So you're saying they won't occur during the first quarter?
correct. The
that's
instructional
what we're
reviews and
saying.
principal meetings. But what I'm saying is the learning walks in this third category, the possibility of those to occur are going to exist.
And by contract, that's, with a notification of the teacher and informed consent.
Whatever existing contract language there is, then we're going to follow the existing contract language in regards to the visitations of the classroom.
Are you going home? Why? Well, you can't.
I mean, I'm just really reluctant to create barriers that prevent us from fulfilling our duties.
Well, and instructional reviews aren't even are not even in the contract. So
Instructional reviews are not, they're not something that truly involves directly a teacher. These are things that, as you see, you're looking at the focus areas and elements of the instructional framework and how what we're doing at the schools is impacting the classrooms. But this isn't an evaluative type thing. I mean,
Well,
it's
none of
more
it's supposed to be.
correct.
It seems to me like the instructional reviews would need to be done. I mean, I know that we're not going to do it the first quarter, but it seems like it's not as an important point if in fact you have a strong administration at the school. And I would assume that you think you have, I know a strong administration at the school, and they can be monitoring what's going on. So it just seems like it's a double check.
I don't think that
And under
involves.
normal circumstances, I would say that that makes perfectly good sense. But I just think that, if under these circumstances, which nothing is normal, I think that this might be a time that you need to look at the strength of your administrators at the school in making some of, data collection.
Well, and while I respect your opinion, that these are areas that are what we feel within the management right and is not really, to be determined by this group. And part of the process is to, support where we have, where administrators need support in these things. And Mr. Feltner, I know this is heavy in your daily work. If you'd like to weigh in, please feel free.
Yeah, I just so we're clear, I mean, the instructional reviews are something that we're not doing first quarter. We, just because we understand we are in a different time. So we don't want to, but that is more for leadership teams, district staff, regional teams to actually get together and see, hey, what was the big picture? What was the purpose of your welcome back? What instructional pieces of the framework did you talk about and discuss that we're trying to dig deeper in, and what should we see? So those are the things we look for during that instructional review, but we don't plan to do those during that first 9 weeks. In the learning walks, I mean, I do believe the majority of the teachers are, if it is a regional person working with my, or my curriculum specialist, program specialist working with a teacher or a literacy coach, they do know that they're coming in for the most part. The literacy coaches make contact with teachers. So those aren't surprises. That's something either literacy coach reached out or a teacher reached out to actually work side by side with each other. And as far as me walking with a principal, sometimes those are scheduled visits and sometimes there's not. Sometimes it's just, let's see what's going on in classrooms so I can share ideas with other schools within the region to see what best practices are taking place, especially even now. I want to be able to have the opportunity to see how maybe some schools and some classrooms are being extremely successful in what they've implemented that we can share with other leaders and teachers within our district.
Thank you, Rob. So I feel like we've made some concession in what we're going to be doing. And I would propose that we include some language that, says we're going to reduce these things, but however, we're not going to fully limit the ability of district level staff and principals to enter classrooms. would you like me to make some attempts here together to generate some language that establishes a reduction of those?
Let's see what it looks like, but I'm still, I mean, if we look at the folks who have had to be quarantined up to this point, a lot of administrators, we're looking at, I'm thinking we need to protect our students and teachers at all costs initially. And you're not willing to give up learning walks even for the first month to allow teachers to kind of understand what their new roles are and work their new roles. And so I'll take a look at your language, but I'm still very skeptical.
And especially you need to put some numbers in there or something, because I know in the past we've had some teachers that have had 10 different visits by different people, whether it be school, district, whatever, in 1 week.
And then there was
there's no limitations for anything.
And then there was the instructions that each person on the school's leadership team and coaches all had to do a certain number of visits per month, which meant a constant stream of people going through a classroom.
10 per week it was. That's way too many people going in and out of a classroom on a regular year, let alone right now.
So, Mr. Feltner, while you're here, where did that 10 per week per leadership team and coach come from? And
Well,
why?
it's not the leader, depending on how you define leadership team and coaches, it isn't for coaches or leadership team. It is for the administrative team. And actually, they were the ones that, we were at a principals meeting. They're the ones that came up with what a fair number they felt like they could meet weekly.
But
So
then they pass
it
that
was through,
down.
it was through collaboration during a principals meeting and leadership team meeting that number was decided upon.
And then that got passed down to a school's leadership team.
Right, and that's not what we want. We don't want, that wasn't the goal. The goal was just for administrators.
And so I think, that's where the
So we can work,
language.
we can work on that piece, right? We can work with leaders and make sure that we're clear. But we do want coaches in rooms. I mean, coaches coach.
Well, that's their job. That's
Right,
their
exactly.
job.
Right.
And
Yep.
they will work with the teacher. They will develop when they come in to work with the teacher, what problems. It doesn't need to be part of a larger group, because a good coach is going to have that relationship with the teacher that's going to be exclusive of district personnel and even the school administrator.
Yeah, correct. I mean, and it's not 10 different people. I mean, it would be the same people. I think, can we do a better job of making sure individual teachers aren't hit over and over repeatedly? That's definitely something that we can look at and probably improve upon.
Well, it also needs to improve upon, because administrators, all of them believe they all have to go in 10 different times. So if you have 2 administrators at a school, that's 20 per week. If you have 3, it just keeps going and going and going.
Right,
And that's what we're told.
Yeah, your larger schools have larger administrative staffs, also have larger teacher staffs too. And typically majority, and we have leaders that are on the call, they do segment out, saying that, hey, I have the ELA teachers or I have the math teachers. We do try to space out where those visits go. But I do understand if you are a core tested area, those areas do get visited more often than some of the non-tested areas.
And we're saying right now with this COVID, with the community spread, with the possibility of having to quarantine classrooms and or schools, and being able to do contact tracing, the less contact with outside the cohort group initially is probably going to be easier for the health department to do contact tracing and to protect our students and teachers. That's all we're saying, is for the first month, until we really know what's going on, we need to limit as much as possible contact outside of the classroom cohorts. We're going to have enough issues when it comes to specials, speech and language therapy, and other things in trying to do contact tracing if something were to happen. We are setting ourselves up for almost an impossible situation.
Yeah, but I don't want to put the blame on myself or regional team or district staff, the ones that are allowing that to happen. I mean, I do think that we are going to limit the number. We've talked about that. We've already said that we're not planning to do some of the ones that were on the list that we traditionally do. But even from my perspective, I mean, I want to have the freedom to walk with a leader and walk rooms. And I will be temperature checked. I will do all the protocols necessary. I will not stand in the face of children and ask them, hey, what are you learning today? I mean, we definitely need to change our practice and what we do to keep kids safe. So I think we do agree on that. But I can't say that I will not be in a classroom or my team won't be in a classroom during the first month. Will I limit the number of visits? I mean, I think we've already done that with regional teams or our instructional reviews and our principal learning walks. We have reduced the number of people on campus.
But I keep coming back to the fact of the number. The county, you guys, whatever you want to call it, it's like you just keep saying limiting. Yes, all you did was limit the instructional reviews for the first 9 weeks, but yet you're still saying
Yeah, we limited it to 0. We're not going to do it. I mean, that's
understandable, but what I'm saying is you're still saying that people are going to be coming. So in a sense, you're still doing that.
You're just calling it something else.
So reducing it on the other 2 areas, meaning the learning walks themselves, and you might as well say the instructional review is a learning walk. I'm sorry, it's the same thing. All you did was put a different name to it. So it's the same thing. It's a learning walk. You're going through the school. You're trying to figure out what is going on at that time, and it's the same thing. So how are we going to limit this, and how is a teacher going to be able to possibly say, no, I do not want someone in there for X reason, whatever it is?
You want it? Oh. Yeah. Sure.
All right, thanks, Dorinda.
I think that goes back to what Mr. Farnsworth said kind of earlier.
The pavilion?
If there's language in there that he puts in that principals have conversation with their teachers to identify those either pre-existing conditions or fearful or what's
But it's just for you to
thought
use, not
process.
our writers. Yeah, I think it's okay. Mm-hmm.
Guys, give me just a couple more minutes here.
I mean, if I recall in our last meeting, Mr. Stein said that it typically occurs once every 9 weeks. And all we're saying is for the first 9 weeks to give the teachers some slack. Let's see how this COVID plays out for the safety of our students and teachers. I mean, there's value in doing it, but maybe during the first month, first 6 weeks, we want to limit it, not do it, so we can see how this is all going to be playing out.
Especially since we already have cases in schools.
Okay, but Stuart, okay,
So what you're asking is that as a principal, that I would not be able to go into my classrooms.
No, as a
to-
principal, you're going in because you're in the school already. You know your cohorts. You're going in as a walkthrough, whatever, evaluator. We're talking about outside people, groups of people from outside the school walking through classrooms. Even though they've been screened, whatever, they could be asymptomatic at this point. So, you know, as a principal, you're involved with the cohort already. You're interacting with the classrooms as supervising lunch times and that sort of
Right.
thing.
Mhm.
But we're looking at outside people who are going from school to school to school, who are now taking possible contagions from one school and introducing it into another.
I just say I do value my regional, my person that I work with that offers my support. And I think, you know, I have already reached out to regional teams and have, you know, had some professional development and some assistance from the team in another way other than face to face. But I would like to be able to have my regional executive director walk with me as another set of eyes to help assist. As long as they have been screened properly and aren't running a fever or anything.
So you're even talking limiting it to just that one individual and not a team.
I just that for me, you know, for the first week, I think I could handle that because I would probably come up with another way to offer some assistance and support for my teachers in a small group setting and making sure that I'm logging where they are. But I'm just saying that I do think it's important to offer some assistance and support, and it doesn't always have to be through a learning walk as long as I have some support from our regional executive director.
Thank you, Dorinda.
And Chad, I know that in another section there is talk, and it's in the evaluation portion, where we added some language about the first, I believe it was first 4 weeks, if I remember right. This is kind of on the same thing we're talking about now, in that same area, because put in there about, it says no evaluations of any kind until the team committee convenes and this MOU is ratified, and during the first 9 weeks. The walkthroughs, learning walks.
I have some different thoughts on, thoughts on that when we get there.
And I figured, but it's kind of talking about the same thing though also. So.
And we do have Melissa in the room, and she's high school teacher, not a member of the leadership team. She's not a curriculum specialist. Melissa, what are your opinions on this?
Good morning, everybody. As the point of view from a classroom teacher who is older, been around a long time, 21 years, I'm nervous enough about having a bunch of kids in my classroom who I do not know. I do not know where they've been. I don't feel like for veteran teachers that these walkthroughs would be that beneficial for the teachers. Now, if you've got new teachers that perhaps the admin of that school would like to see the lessons that teacher is doing and have that team also observe, particularly with some of the new curriculum that we're bringing on board. Okay, I don't feel like it's necessary for the first 9 weeks. If we're holding off on everything else for the first 9 weeks, why do we have to keep beating this dead horse about the leadership teams coming in our classroom? I don't want them in my classroom, to be perfectly honest. And I'm nothing if I'm not honest.
And I can respect your desires, but I don't think we're going to be in alignment totally on the necessity to visit classrooms and to make sure that, we're able to complete our mission.
So you don't trust your administrators at schools enough to make sure that we're doing our jobs, or trust your teachers who are professionals, veteran teachers, to do their jobs? That's kind of a slap in the face.
Well, that you're
To be
slapping
perfect.
yourself, because I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, what I do trust is that the teachers and administrators at the schools deserve the support and the assistance that we can provide from a district standpoint to help move things forward. We've got a huge lift, and I fully respect the safety issues involved, and that's why I feel like the proper screening and social distancing and masks and all that needs to occur, and the reduced frequency of folks in your classroom, and I'm also asking for trust in that you're not going to have an crazy amount of folks roaming through rooms, but we do need to be able to have a finger on the pulse of what's occurring in our schools. So I moved a couple things around, and you guys can take a look at this. But any visitors, the have permission piece didn't quite fit with what the original language was there. So basically, this was just establishing that any visitors, including district staff, are going to be temperature screened and adhere to the health and safety guidelines, which will require them to social distance and be masked. The large-scale district meetings will not be held on school campuses during student hours for the first quarter of the school year, meaning that could be any type of large-scale district meeting. And you guys have added, if required, social distancing guidelines will be followed, which is fully acceptable, of course. I added the district level visits to schools for the purpose of instructional reviews, and principal meetings with learning walks will not occur in the first 9 weeks. That eliminates the possibility of those first two defined types of visits that I showed on that other document. Walkthroughs as defined by the team evaluation system will only occur at the request of the teacher. So that evaluative piece that has a lot of flexibility already within the normal team process it's just clearly stated here that it'll only happen if the teacher requests it. And I added something that teachers should notify their principal if they are uncomfortable with visitors in their classrooms. Principals will make reasonable accommodations based upon the request of the teacher to limit visits to the classroom. I could see where if Rob shows up at a school and they're having talks about what's happening in the school, how things are looking as far as what their goals were for the year, and they want to go walk a few classrooms. If Dorinda says, "Hey, Rob, this teacher has let me know, supreme anxiety here about visitors and folks in their classroom," I think they're going to be more than willing to curtail some of that. But then again, if we do have, teachers that aren't like Miss Newman, who've got years of experience under their belt and are rocking and rolling every day and they're new to the system, and it's something that needs to be witnessed. And, I know principals are definitely instructional leaders in their building, but that doesn't change the fact that they need support from time to time. So looking at different ways they can then gather an input on how they can, help those teachers survive, it is very important. And what I'm fearful of saying, okay, well, it's just the red walking the school. Well, where our reds are experts in many areas, you might have, say, an ESC program specialist that's visiting a school that really needs to assist in digging deep to assist in, especially in some self-contained classrooms where we're facing a lot of challenges. We need those expertise there to support the teachers. I get it. It's gonna require a tremendous amount of trust on both sides of the table here, that those things are not going to be abused. But I feel like we have to keep a close eye out for, when things are moving outside of the bounds of what's, should be acceptable, and we address those issues as they occur.
And I agree with you. And probably the reason I'm kind of skeptical is because we've seen where it's been abused. Mr. Feltner, when we talked about 10 visits, that was an instruction to the principals and APs, but then that got turned into curriculum specialists and reading coaches, and all of the other folks were told they had to do 10. So that 10 for the administrator now has turned into 50, because the administrator is saying all of the other leadership team. So we've seen that kind of abuse already. So that's why I'm kind of very skeptical, if you understand.
I got you. And I think, we talked a little bit, it's definitely not a perfect process. And even, Dr. Weiskopf, when she visited with us, a while back, these are things that need to be honed, and in areas where it's not being managed correctly need to be reeled in. So, I don't want to be at an excessive point, but a big piece of this is that, on one hand, you hear for years that I never see my principal, I never see my administrators, they're holed up in their office. We're not getting their support. And then the other hand, I get it. We can definitely have a hyper response to that, to where, we've reached a point where some might deem it to be excessive. So I feel like we're still moving towards a point of what makes sense for the process overall. So I don't think you're going to see, people from all over the district, flooding into classrooms based on, language here and just good judgment.
Well, but based on good judgment is the fact that the county informed the administrators that they are to do this, but we weren't informed and no one else was. And all of a sudden the teachers are just having all these learning walks that people are going through. So and that's where Stuart is also saying that we're skeptical about doing this because we weren't informed of any of this and it just started happening. And then when we tell, and say something, it's like, oh, it's no big deal. So it's very frustrating that everyone on the leadership team is supposed to do 10 different learning lots. It doesn't make sense. And no wonder the teachers that are very frustrated, and there are many of them, that they have so many people go through. And especially I can see right now of them not wanting someone to be in their room because of all the contact issues.
So in an effort to, can you turn your, sorry, we're sitting together and I have an echo. In an effort to keep us moving forward, Stuart and Kathy, can you look at some of those revisions he has? He's addressed that in the walkthroughs as defined by the team evaluation system will only occur at the request of the teacher.
Correct.
Are we good then to keep moving? I know those have happened in the past, but can we keep moving forward or no?
Again, it's the issue of all they've said is reduce. We don't know. Does that mean that they're still going to have every person on their leadership team coming through, 5 times instead of 10 times? Does it mean that, it's only going to be the principal? Does it mean it's only going to be, nothing is set in stone. It just says that they're going to notify this teacher. What's going to happen if the teacher says no? Are they really going to do anything to that teacher? And are they going to come back later and say that, oh, well, that wasn't, well, you didn't let us come in there. So
we're not reappointing you. Congratulations.
Yep. Happens all the time.
I don't think that, I'm sorry. I don't think that, I know that I have a leadership team and have never assigned my leadership team to do 10 learning walks.
And you probably haven't because that's not your style. But we're hearing that from lots of other schools. So,
okay, so can we address then? Is it fair enough to say that we could move forward? Could we definitely say that only administrators at your school will be doing any learning walks? No other leadership team members, because that is my understanding. Unless I'm wrong, but that was my understanding that our learning walks are to be done by administrators, not support staff. But correct me if I'm wrong.
No, that's the intent of it. It's when we say leadership, it's right, the principal and AP of the school.
And,
I
and
think that
that's a
we,
different thing, yeah.
Right.
I
mean,
think then
I mean,
maybe in a,
truthfully, yeah, truthfully, that's what it's supposed to be. So, and so when we say this somebody or this school, it is helpful if you do here, and then that goes to a member of the assistant superintendents, goes to Chad or goes to Emily, so that we can identify and actually help correct that. And I just want to say, I'm putting myself at risk and my
Exactly.
team at risk when we go into school. So don't think for a minute that we haven't
Oh.
had conversations about this as well. So it's not just the rooms we enter.
So we're protecting you too.
Right. I mean, so I see the value in it if I'm willing to put myself at risk in a situation, because I hear that you don't know where I've been or teams have been. I don't know where the teacher has been or the TA or the assistants or leadership. I mean, I will run into more contact than most. So, and yet I still see the value in it, that I'm willing to continue the work that we have in front of us.
I mean, at the end of the day, we have an essential function to perform, and we all have a role in that. And in performing that essential function, I do feel like we need to take the proper precautions and place in some limitations. And I feel like we're doing that. We might not be in agreement on the particular level of limitation, but I just, the definition of learning walk we shared a minute ago, it talks about school leadership team members, regional teams, district admin, and program specialists. So I know on numerous times, throughout the school year, we have, areas with, taking it to the extreme, admittedly, special needs kids that need district level attention to make adjustments in those atmospheres. So how do we keep from limiting that if we never see it? And how do we continue to perform these essential duties if we're absolutely holding people out? Because these first 9 weeks, I get it, they are very crucial for health and safety, but they are extremely crucial also for us moving forward as a team, district-wide, teachers, administrators, everyone included, district level, to closing this tremendous gap that we're going to be faced with. And we don't have time to totally disregard that aspect of supporting our classrooms and our teachers.
So, I mean, your definition by this document, learning walks, Dorinda said, and we agree necessarily, that the principals and APs, here we have small groups, leadership team, regional teams, administrators, program specialists, and other personnel.
And again, that's just the list. We didn't, I mean, it's not that they're all walking together, okay? And I don't know how to clear that up. We just wanted to make sure that you didn't exclude. If we didn't list them, then it was like, well, they can't come because you didn't list them. But if I would walk, it might be me, the principal, and if the principal wants to bring the AP, that's a small group, or it's just me and the principal. If I bring a program specialist for curriculum at the secondary level and we walk a class, it might be the two of us and the principal or the literacy coach. We do want to limit that to small group. Again, I want to protect my team, and as well as I want to protect the schools that we visit. Does that clear it up, that part at all?
Well, yes, but we're just saying that may be all well and fine, but maybe for that first month of school may not be the best idea until we know how this whole COVID's going to play out, what our community spread numbers are going to be. Our Lake County numbers, I think, are already at 18%. And so there's issues there that we're saying for the first month, those may be all well and good, that we just limit it to the principal and AP.
Guys, we've hit the the 10 o'clock hour, and I feel like we've had some really good discussion around this, and as ever so slightly, I can feel the progress. I would like to call a caucus. If you don't mind, I'll probably aim at a 20-minute caucus. And
Okay.
basically what I'll do, I'll leave this room open. We've done this before, I think in our first meeting on Zoom, and I'll leave this room open, and for my team, I'm going to send you an additional Zoom address, so we can caucus properly. Stuart, is that okay with you?
Yeah, and for my team, when we need to caucus, I have a caucus personal meeting room that folks should have the email to as well, but I can resend that. But so you're going to take advantage of the room function?
Are you talking to your people?
No, I'm talking about you. On your Zoom, can't you move to a different room?
What my approach has always been, I open up a separate Zoom meeting, so that's what we're going to do.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, it is 10:09. We'll plan to come back together at 10:30. So we'll caucus 8/20/2020, 10:09.
Stuart, reset.
Okay, it's 10:52 a.m., 8/20/2020, coming back from caucus, LCEA, and Lake County Schools bargaining session. So out of you guys caucus, did you have anything you wanted to share?
We're willing to compromise and look at maybe a month or 6 weeks as to give the schools and the teachers and the school and the students a chance. So we would be comfortable with that.
Okay. Let me, I'll show you some of the discussions that we had. And let me pull it up. And I appreciate the notion of compromise there. You know, as Kathy mentioned, the desire for maybe some numbers to be included. Hang on, I gotta expand where I can see everybody. I don't like where I can't see everybody.
You're just afraid we're all making faces.
You gotta keep an eye on Sid, to be honest with you.
No, Sid, no problem. I always look forward to how he's gonna have his hair done the next time I see him.
Hey man, at least I got hair, Stuart.
That's why I look forward to it, brother.
Hey, we just got
look forward to it.
That's just hair envy.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is.
If you guys look on my screen here, you know, visits to classrooms, we put in this because it and suggestion number on visits to classrooms will not exceed 3 total individuals at one time for the first 9 weeks. Just to limit the number of folks that come in there. And the thought process behind that is, you know, if Rob comes to a school and says, hey, let's go see what's happening in your math classrooms. You know, perhaps if it's a upper level math, not that I'm saying Rob's not sharp on his calculus, but, you know, it might be valuable to have a district program specialist for math with him. Or perhaps, you know, Rob shows up and, you know, Sid says, well, you know, I'd also like to, you know, in the math area that we're going to, this is my AP that's assisting supporting math, you know, for this year. I'd like to include them to come and walk with us. So, but at the same time, we don't need a whole fleet of people to where you've got a program specialist, a regional person, an ESE person, both APs. So that would limit some numbers. If you move further down, Emma added some limitation here for learning walks involving district staff. Will not exceed 1 per month to an individual classroom unless additional visits are requested by the teacher during the first 9 weeks. So that way you're not having a classroom that's hit, multiple times by multiple people. I think it's important that our principals and AP still are available to go see classrooms. Like you said, they're part of the cohort, that exists at the school on a daily basis. So those are the 2 points of clarification that we added following our caucus.
Teachers, how do you feel about those? Hello, teachers.
Says Tony raised her hand. Tony, did you have something?
No, I was just trying to show support.
Okay, so you're in agreement with those?
Yes.
Emmy, are you good? All right, let's
Okay.
move on.
Okay, these are areas where there was not much change there. What we moved on to where you guys had recommended some change was that this guy, I think we're kind of confusing a process here in this bullet, because I get what you guys are saying, but at the same time, I mean, I see where instructional personnel, if they suspect a student has some symptoms, of course they're going to notify the clinic immediately, and we want to shift that responsibility of managing that student from the classroom teacher or an instructional personnel as quickly as possible. So each school will have a plan to retrieve that student. And this was actually the part that was struck was actually some of you guys recommended language from the very first time we exchanged, where the teacher will do their best to isolate the student or not permit student move freely amongst classmates until support from the nurse or administration arrive. I think that's mainly just saying, look, we're not going to continue to let them freely roam the classroom and participate,
Or keep going in small groups or whatever.
Because the way this is adding in the nurse or administrator will isolate, they're not going to be there yet. So they can't really isolate them. So I get what you're trying to say. And then an adult will monitor the student until assistant arrives. At this, I really want to say, if I add in the front office or in the isolation area.
Okay.
And then that's going to exclude your folks that aren't designated to be doing that anyway. So I think where that's going to fall is either on an administrator, a nurse, or some type of clinic backup.
Somebody said something about the medical, the person who gives medicine or medical, whatever. But yeah, we just don't want the teacher to be in charge of having to sit in isolation with a student for a number of reasons.
They need to continue with the rest of the students.
Yeah, I agree. So principals, do you feel like that falls in line with what you guys are arranging at your school?
Sorry, just thumbs. Yes, here at East Ridge Middle School, that's right in line with what we have planned.
So do you guys have suggestions on? Is this conveying what you guys feel like is appropriate, I guess, LCEA?
I know I had originally commented on this, and that hits what I was thinking.
Okay. I think it sounds good. Anybody else have input? Dorinda, hello.
Are you waiting from us are you waiting from a school standpoint? Because
I'm looking from a school standpoint, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. This is right in line what we have planned here at East Ridge Middle.
Okay.
Same for Tiberius.
Cool.
Okay.
And I just want to put it out there, we're just assuming then that this child will not sit for an hour with those other students, correct? I mean, that's just a given. I mean, that someone is going to come and get the student as soon as possible, let's say.
Absolutely.
Yes.
How's this? That I put the as soon as possible on the retrieve. Does that hurt or help anything?
Nope, I think that's
I think that's good.
goal right there. Keeping
Okay.
everybody safe.
That works.
Okay. But as we move into what's sure to be more interesting conversation, we'll transition to Lake Live. Guys, I just want to, I need to state to you right out of the gate, and we're just erring on the side of transparency. You know, our class sizes are all over the place right now. And it's just being totally honest. Our principals, I'm amazed that they're sitting in this room with us today, any of them, because they have not, and their teams have not stopped scheduling literally nonstop for a couple months now. And we did around midweek last week, kind of turn off the water of folks that could be requesting Lake Live as far as families and students, so we could let the dust settle a little bit. But that, you know, you've still got some undetermined factors out there of people that didn't select an option, people that haven't registered, people that are going to pop up on day one. So I don't want to create language that there's no way in the world we can uphold at this moment. But I do want to commit to you guys that as the dust settles over the first couple weeks, that we're going to be actively working to make adjustments and level out classes the absolute best way possible. You know, because we've had two competing factors here is, okay, let's create some opportunity for teachers that might possibly not be comfortable in the classroom or have a desire to operate without a full-fledged group of students in front of them all day long. And also there was a demand for an additional option for families to have. And all of these competing demands have created a very tough environment to dictate until we see where everybody lands. So right now, on your first bullet, we can't commit to no more than 25 in a Lake Live class. So that class size issue it's just something that right out the gate, if we were to say, okay, that sounds good, we wouldn't be able to uphold it.
But and most teachers understand that their role, schedules, whatever you want to call them, are sometimes very high at the beginning. Mm-hmm. And that's understandable for a week or two, whatever. I mean, until things get settled down and kids get moved around, that's fine. But at this point, I mean, right now you've got 40, 45 kids in some Lake Live classes. Is that going to continue? Is why this was put in here to begin with. So after a week or two, when things settle down, can those classes be put like it would be a regular class? Because you shouldn't have a class just because it's Lake Live. You shouldn't have a class with 30, 35, 40 kids in there.
Kathy, that's, in theory, I agree, but I can't make that promise right now because we don't know what the shifts in enrollment are going to look like. I think the original intent was more in the 35 student range on Lake Live. Rob, you might have to correct me because you've been knee deep in all this and principals. But it depends on because that's going to involve shifts in both teachers and students, and I don't have the crystal ball that can tell me that, Kathy. I wish I did.
That's just a lot of more burden onto the teachers just because they're doing a Lake Live, and it's different than the virtual. And I mean, the plan time. How are they going to get all this stuff graded? I mean, it's just totally different because they're supposed to be doing stuff. It's just, and that's putting more burden on them that a regular classroom then doesn't have.
Well, I think we fully recognize we're asking people to do things that are out of the ordinary. And what I want you guys to understand, where we're asking for grace and time to adjust on this, what I would like to say is we're not going to allow people to have unreasonable expectations for these teachers. We know they're having to adapt to an environment, and sometimes on very short notice, and we just want to support and help them grow through it, because this is something that we absolutely feel like we just can't control right now.
Can we say goal of 25 students?
I think I could right now, probably, just all honesty, the goal of where the original target was is probably more realistic. Can you guys speak to the original target?
I mean, principals might be able to speak to it, but you know, the whole purpose behind increasing those numbers, we're trying to keep our teachers safe in the brick and mortar schools to reduce class size, even though we haven't been, you know, totally successful with that. I definitely know when speaking with principals, and the ones on the call can speak to it as well, that if your Lake Live numbers are up, maybe in the middle school and high school area, we try to make sure that your face-to-face are reduced. I know Ms. Llewellyn spoke to that earlier about trying to keep a very similar class load over total students being as similar as possible.
Just what kind of what Mr. Feltner was saying, I just looked at just kind of one of my Lake Live. That's one of my bigger one. It right now, and I'm still trying to balance, has 45 students in it. But when I looked at the other ones and trying to get that down to the 40, the other in-person classes that teacher has, the 3, is 15, 16, 16. So exactly. Really, it ends up being less students than they would have had completely when you look at the total. And that's where I think we're really trying to work at the high school level, is to make it less students than they had or equal to the number of students that they had total before. It just, one version happens to be Lake Live.
What class is that, may I ask? Because there are certain classes, an AP class, where 15 or 16 may be a very appropriate, typical number that we've seen.
This is an English 1 class. So the normal class size in that would be around
about
25,
20, yeah.
25, 27, right in that area.
Right.
Same thing in the middle school. I mean, just to echo what Jake is saying, when we look at our core classes, our average core classes right now are about 14, 15. And that's been helping us a lot. So
okay,
our Lake Live is about 40, around 40 average. And then that reduces our other core classes to about an average. This is an average now for core, about 14, 15.
All right, so could there be something then talking about in middle and high school, then the students, if they're still basically having the same number of students then per se, at least saying something like that. But then, and this is okay, but then what about in elementary that the teacher is all day long with a video, you know, the live of 35 or 40 kids versus the other? So they're going to have more kids than in an elementary, which is where this kind of came from, because elementary still has, I mean, I'm not for sure how that's going to work. If an elementary teacher, Lake Live has 40, but yet another one has, and they're teaching all subjects, they're teaching everything all day long. And I understand the idea and the goal, because then you have less students in the classroom. I understand that. But it's not equitable in the elementary then.
Well, I mean, I think your secondary, they're accustomed to having, you know, that multiple roster broken up, and then you balance that against the number of preps that are in elementary. Welcome.
Yeah, I don't think the preps possibly are the issue, except when you have 2 different rosters possibly. Like we're hearing from some that if you have an AP class, they're putting AP students with regular students on a Lake Live, which you can't have. That's 2 different rosters. So, you know, those types of things need to be looked at also. But again, in an elementary, yes. Okay, let's say first grade classroom. Classroom may have 15 kids, let's say, in there. A Lake Live may have 30. But they're doing the exact same thing. Why?
I
That's the
think,
difference, and that's going to be the difference there, because I understand in the secondary you can do that because you can have, you're trying to limit your numbers, and I understand that. And so that if they had 100 students total, they may still only have 100 students. That's understandable.
That was
Okay.
the original intent.
And that's the intent. But in an elementary, I'm not for sure how that's going to work, because even in the same grade level, if a first grade teacher, she has 15 kids, but then this Lake Live first grade teacher has 40. They're doing the exact same thing.
I think but
they've
I'm
got,
not sure their duties and responsibilities are quite the exact same thing, as far as, you know, think about the amount of time, the blended environment that they're, you know, working within. I think there's a lot of things that go on in the physical classroom space that occupies perhaps a lot of their time as a teacher. And I'm not saying one number versus the other, where that balances out, Kathy, but I think, you know, if you've got a teacher who's capable of really doing well in that blended environment, some might argue that it's, you know, it's a lot easier and less burdensome. Whereas if you've got some that might be teaching Lake Live because they're doing, you know, what's best for the kids, and they might not feel as comfortable, they might feel like it's a lot harder. So I don't know exactly how we balance that out. I think, you know, you look at the state and to where class size is different for blended environments. You know, I think they release that a little bit on that number because they feel like it is easier. I think we'll all have a variety of opinions on that. But at the end of the, go ahead, Stuart, I'm sorry.
I was going to ask, how are you defining blended environment?
Yeah, I think when there's certain layers, the best I can give you on that is, I think when there's certain layers of technology involved, then you could consider it a blended environment. Yeah, I know what you're getting at as far as a truly defined blended environment, because I've asked that question a little bit too. Mm-hmm. But I think as far as from what the state, it's kind of one of those things where if you ask the state, they'll say, well, tell me what you're doing, and I'll tell you whether it fits our definition. So,
because I know in the lawsuit, they were talking blended environment, having real live kids in front of you at the same time as virtual kids. And so that was their definition in the lawsuit.
I think under, you know, and I think since districts started going to one-to-one throughout, you know, the last 5 years, let's say, I think it's the integration of technology and the ability for students to work on coursework outside of the classroom using technology. I think that's the blend, where they do some in person, but then have responsibilities for work outside the classroom using technology. But I don't want to get too deep into that. Mm-hmm. But as far as the number of students right now, I don't think we can control it. I like the idea of a goal. But I think the goal has got to be 25. To me, is still too low. I think the original goal was, you know, 35, 40 kids. I can't recall exactly what it was. But
I want to say it actually said both. I want to say it said 35 to 40, but I think it needs to be like 30 to 35, possibly being the goal at least, versus.
And I know that the principals I'm working with, we're trying to get, granted, if we could get it to 25, I know they would. I think it's just, you know, going back to that intent of trying to reduce the class size. How many students are still being pulled out for going 100% virtual? I do think there's going to be a lot of balancing within that first week and into the second week to identify where schools are. And I know, talking with principals, that, you know, even Jake said it, we will try to balance it out. I don't know how to combat the elementary piece. When you use the example, that is true, 15, but the goal was the face-to-face, trying to reduce those class numbers. Something had to give, and that went to Lake Live.
Could we possibly change the goal then to 30 to 35 versus 35 to 40?
Well, I think it was 30 to 35 in elementary, and then it was 40 for middle and high. Just the age range of the students.
Is that what it was?
I couldn't tell you. I don't remember.
There's been
I'm not even sure I heard it, a goal.
Right.
I know we get the same FEFP, so I'm not even sure I've ever heard of a actual number goal.
but we had to at least put a goal on it for scheduling purposes. So when students took up a seat, we knew how many would go where. And the principals on the call can say that that's still pretty muddy.
I'm sure.
And then at what point do we, I mean, 40, 45, do we look at adding another a unit for that Lake Live? Or are we just going to keep adding into that one class?
I think it really that's dictated by each situation. When we see that we're backed into a corner and we've hit something that's unreasonable, I think they're going ahead and splitting and adding where they can. But then I think there's going to be some circumstances that dictate, things rising a little bit until they hit that threshold. I don't have a defined number on that either. But I can tell you that Dr. Weisskopf's office is closely scrutinizing those along with the Reds, to make sure that we're not stacking too high.
Chad, I mean, we're doing our best to stay around 40. I don't know, I caution everybody here. Remember, this has a direct impact on the safety of our kids in the classrooms and our staffs when we take these, reduce these numbers. I feel like we just need to be very cautious on what number we put here. Because if I'm going to reduce Lake Live numbers, I'm going to increase numbers somewhere else. And that's going to be in my classrooms here on campus. We just need to be very careful on what we say here. Because right now I'm at an average of 14, 15. We start talking about reducing more and more. It's like whack-a-mole at this point with the master schedule. We all have to remember that. When you fix something, something's going to give. And I don't want to fix something. I get it. I don't want to put safety here. I want to keep safety in my mind here as far as when we're making decisions for especially those traditional kids and staff members.
And you're accurate there, but we are also not wanting to put a teacher in an impossible situation, that it's impossible with 40 elementary or even middle school kids in a class to give any kind of individual attention, to do all the grading necessary so you're putting that teacher in a relatively untenable situation. And that's kind of what we're looking at, is what's good for the teacher, what's best for the students in that class. And if you've got 40 people in a Lake Live class, there are some kids who are going to get lost in that environment. And we know that as we open schools, there's going to be transitions to, fro, and above and beyond. We know that's going to happen in the first month because they're going to realize Lake Live is not the same as distance learning that occurred in April, even though they're walking in the door thinking it's the same thing. So we know there's going to be adjustments. We just want to make sure we're not putting our students and teachers into an impossible instructional environment.
I agree. I think we're both speaking the same language here. I just was saying hesitant on just how low are we going to go here with Lake Live numbers. We just need to be very careful with that.
And I'd also like to add that in that Lake Live class, there could also be some students, ESE students, that get support, and they will be getting additional support from an ESE teacher for their IEP goals. So the teacher will be getting some extra help from a colleague to support the learning needs of those students.
And Chad, you have high school level here. You want to put secondary, or you want to put middle and high?
Yeah, I'll put secondary. Good call.
And you got a point, Dorinda. I like the idea of the support teachers, although we're hearing that either the IEP goals were written to lessen the interaction of support teachers, or that some schools are using their support teachers as substitutes.
Hmm.
So again, I like the idea of the support teacher, but we need to not rely on that totally unnecessarily.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
And the other item that kind of goes along with this is the idea of the preps. But I think that's also in another area later on. And the only other thing I would say in this area is the fact that, like, if you're teaching a Lake Live, it should only be that particular class, as I said before. If you're teaching a history class, it should be history. English is English. If you're teaching AP English or AP history, it's totally different. They have different standards. So I don't know how you could put, for example, an English, regular English class, and then put AP English at the same time. It's two different things. So we need to watch that also.
Is Melissa still on right now? I know she was going to jump in and out, but being an English teacher, she
here.
could. Okay.
I was too. And gifted.
Health and safety, not Heath and safety.
You don't like Heath bars?
I love Heath bars, but you're not giving me Heath bars.
Love the bars.
So Melissa, can you talk about having AP English and mixed with a regular English class? How difficult, or is that even possible?
Well, according to College Board, they're very, very particular about that kind of thing. If it's not completely following their rules and guidelines, they have actually said we could lose our teaching licenses.
Okay.
So now I do know here at Taveri's, we're going to be utilizing the pre-AP, but they're still very adamant about that. I think it would be pushing the envelope to try to do that. Just my opinion.
Well, and I think it's definitely out of the ordinary, but they don't dictate how you would lose a teacher license. But
Yeah, that was a form that everybody had to sign, that if we didn't follow their rules and guidelines, that they could have our teaching licenses pulled.
They don't have the authority to do that. I don't know if they could report that somehow, but that authority doesn't rest with them.
But they could report it.
I remember though, as a gifted teacher, I had different rosters because I had gifted and talented basically together in a class. So you're talking different rosters, you're talking different things, so I'm not for sure, because if you go by like middle and high school, for example, then if you have an AP English and a regular English, it's two different rosters. So therefore, then you're having two rosters in one class. And if that's every class, then you're having, instead of three rosters, you've got six rosters that you're looking at. And I thought we were trying to limit some of that stuff also that we were doing just because of that. So like for FTE, is that different because it's coded different? I guess one of the questions.
No, I think, I think you're trying to avoid those situations when possible. And I'm not familiar with current AP restrictions, but let's say in general, if you're down to the wire and you have, let's say in any secondary setting, let's say a regular class and an honors class, and you've asked the teacher to differentiate some of the workload on the honor students that are within that roster, because you're going to code them as honors. There's nothing that restricts you from the state from being able to do that. So I think in the vision of the state, you're working with a classroom roster there, but they might be coded with a different course code on those students. But I mean, we're not going to do anything that's against the law. So.
Right, and I'm just kind of, I guess, asking to make sure that, would that be possible in a Lake Live, with the fact that, in a classroom, you could do, okay, these kids over here are doing something, and now I'm going to go over here and work with these guys. So I'm just asking, I mean, can that actually happen then in a Lake Live? Is I
Absolutely.
guess my idea, because so are those students going to receive those extra accommodations or whatever you want to call them, I mean, at that time?
Yeah, absolutely.
For Lake Live.
Yeah, Kathy, I think even Lake Live might have a better opportunity to have a small breakout room. We think the same thing with small groups. In a traditional class, you have kids at varying abilities that you can actually provide as an assignment that would be an AP caliber assignment through maybe it was a writing activity while I'm actually doing something else with the other students. So I think having the opportunity with a Chromebook and being digital does open up for even a more creative opportunity than maybe you would have in a brick and mortar. And now that we're one-to-one, teachers could do it within their classroom as well.
Melissa, you had something?
Yeah, quick question about, actually, Kathy, that is correct. I mean, you can be on Lake Live and have your assignments all in Google Classroom, but right now, my understanding is that we can't do breakouts within Google Meets.
Yeah, we're talking about that a little bit, seeing what would be those opportunities for that to monitor. Just like when kids talk in small groups, we don't know sometimes what they're talking about either. So we've had some conversation around what those breakout rooms would look like or in Google Meet. So you're correct.
Right, which is why I was kind of bringing it up.
Yeah.
So there may be some concerns.
Well,
But there's nothing wrong. But there's nothing wrong if I have all of them. They could still be working on an assignment even though I see them all.
Right now, all of our 9th and 10th grade at our school is going with the pre-AP. So your typical differentiated instruction would have to take place for those lower level children anyway.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, good point.
So looking at this, setting a goal in this bullet of no more than 35 at elementary and 40 at the secondary level, with the understanding that, like Sid said, we've got some concerns, but we're going to have to work through those, and we'll continuously monitor those class sizes and make adjustments. Balancing health and safety, which we know larger Lake Live numbers, reduce the brick and mortar regular setting, but also, considering enrollment demands. Because I'm telling you, all of us as a group are going to have to be more flexible than a gymnast. I think in this first 9 weeks, it's going to be kind of crazy. I've heard some districts as close as day
Chad,
2.
I love you, man.
I've heard as close as day 2 on some of these folks that have reopening, and parents taking to social media, our favorite tool, to say things went well. They're flooding back on day 2 into brick and mortar, which is going to cause its own set of circumstances. But then again, it could go the other direction, where the winds of social media blow in the other direction and somebody has less than stellar start and they all flood out of the building. So we're going to have to watch the tides and see how
Her
it
classroom
goes.
needs to be quarantined for a period. So
There's a good possibility of that also.
Yep.
So I think we've just got to be flexible in this. And if we've set a goal here, and that, are you guys okay with this bullet the way it sits?
I would be okay with it, and I'm only speaking for myself at this point. If we have somewhere where a month from now or 6 weeks from now, we are reevaluating the whole MOU to see if did we totally miss the mark? Do we need to make some adjustments? And this might be one of those things where we missed the mark today, but next week or a month from now, in a reevaluation, we've got the numbers right. So I would probably go with that language personally if I knew that everything was going to be revisited at some point in time.
I think we're not going to escape either one of us having that clause that, as the line probably above the signatures.
Exactly.
That, pending conditions and all the yada, yada, yada that we usually include in that disclaimer sentence, that will be there, that we can reconvene based on changes in conditions.
Okay, so everyone knows I'm pretty flexible and pretty easygoing, but I'm gonna tell you, as an elementary teacher, 35 Lake Live kindergartners scares the kajibis out of me.
I'm with you, too.
That's the one number that I keep looking at, 35. I think.
So I said it.
Or even a self-contained ESE room with 35.
Well, you know, that's not going to happen.
That's not the number that we have for a self-contained ESE. And I do trust principals. So Dorinda, elementary principals understand kindergarten is a different bird. And I'd be hard pressed to find one that's at 35. And if not, we do have to look at support. So I would definitely hear that. Okay.
Okay, just so I wanted just to be on record, because that 35 kindergartners, I don't know, I haven't had a 5-year-old in a long time, but I've been in classrooms where I've seen a lot of 5-year-olds. And
hey, and you know, every mama wants to send every 5-year-old back too, right? So maybe they won't be, they may or may not be as many at Lake Live. I don't know. Or should be sending them after the first week.
I always told any principal I ever worked for, if you truly want to get rid of me, send me to kindergarten. I'll be gone.
Now, you know, these children have been prepared by their parents since March to come in and be perfect little angels. So
perfect little angels.
And they're all going to go to MIT when they finish high school. So
there you go. Okay, so looking at your next bullet here, and this was some things you added in. Now, I definitely get the sentiment of it, but I want to make sure, because we don't have any intent of dictating a teacher recording their lesson or not, and we definitely don't want to be used part of the evaluation system. But at the same time, man, if a teacher wants to record their lessons and use that for a blended purpose, you know, so they're, you know, Lord knows how many absences their kids are going to have, but for them to provide that for their kids, I just want it to be under the teacher's discretion. So, because this limits them being able to do it themselves.
Hold on, Kirsten's coming over here to talk because we can't have the same speaker.
Okay.
And I think any recording.
My
might
only
be-
feeling.
Go ahead.
My only feeling on that is I think teachers need to be able to record themselves. I think we need to add that part. You know, we have a lot of people going through the reading endorsement process, job embedded. They do have to, in that practicum, record themselves. So I just want that to be an option for teachers.
And that they own the video, and it's up to their discretion how it's used for any future purposes.
In the language I jotted down, Stuart, it speaks to, you know, the use of it too. Let me see if I can get this out here. How does that sound?
I think it's good, except we still want, okay. So the use of that video will be determined by the teacher, okay.
Was that, you feel like that accomplishes what we're looking
I
at?
think so.
Okay.
I think so.
Um,
But okay, it's a different, I can talk something else later. So,
yeah,
yeah.
when it gets down to the other purposes, I think we hit that in the bullet below. If that's what you're thinking.
Yeah.
The students who record a teacher without their knowledge or permission will be subject to discipline according to the district's disciplinary plan. I don't have any problem with that. That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah. This, the district will provide an attorney who will represent the teacher if a parent brings forth a charge or civil suit over lessons, materials, and discussions which arise from Lake Live. I mean, I don't have the ability to authorize that, and I can tell you that's probably not going to happen. I mean, it's under just like we're going to consider each situation that would warrant us to defend a teacher or not, whether that responsibility falls on you guys or us or whoever it may be. I mean, it'll follow all normal circumstances as we would address those things anyway. So I don't really have a response to this one other than I don't think that's something we can offer. But yeah, I'm interested to hear if you guys are hearing of this stuff occurring, or I don't know.
Well, prevention is always the best course of advice. And since Lake Live is a new being, who knows what's going to end up happening? I mean, it could be something in the background of some student's camera. Something happens, and that parent then decides to hold the school and or teacher responsible, because we don't have control over every student's cameras and what's going on in their background. So we don't know.
And I agree, but that works in both directions too. So I'm not going to commit to an attorney for someone I can't control an adult's actions either. So
Well, the teachers at school in their classroom. So,
and this is true, and misconduct occurs there from time to time too. So
no, that never happens.
Occasionally. So I just don't.
We have
I think
outliers.
this is probably beyond the scope of what I'm trying to achieve in this document. I think that's something that will be hashed out with numerous attorneys and folks with law degrees that aren't in this room today. So,
and it seems like there is a school board policy about providing an attorney for situations, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And we've used that before.
And I will tell you, there's state level coverage from DOE for teachers also.
Well, that coverage is in name only. That's really bad coverage. The student or the teacher has to pay out attorney fees and damages and the state's coverage only covers after you've paid everything, and the county and the teacher and their own insurance pays out, it pays whatever's left. So it's a payer of last resort, and it's only been used, I think, twice in the last 5 years. So it's really not good coverage that a teacher really shouldn't rely on it by itself.
So I hear you.
Can I ask something else?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that this document is not, I don't want to say the original, I mean it is, but copied and paste, I'm assuming, from what we had. I'm not for sure. Why I'm asking is because there was a bullet on the safety portion, and now I notice a bullet, which was number 1 basically, and now I notice on number 2 there was a bullet that we had added that was not on the document. So I'm just curious as to, that's why I said, was it copied, pasted? I'm not for sure what.
No, this is directly downloaded. What you guys sent me, I just opened it up and converted it from read-only mode to edit mode, and this morning,
so I could type in it. Kathy?
Well, in this one, there was a bullet that stated instructional personnel who teach Lake Live will not teach a face-to-face class and the Lake Live at the same time. Something like that is what it said. I mean, I'm assuming that we are not doing that now anyway, but it was like it's better to have it in writing possibly. But I know that was said in a board meeting, and Mr. Johnson had said no, that couldn't happen for legal reasons, but I didn't know whether we needed that in.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't seen that bullet, but we can, I mean, that's true. We're not
Yeah,
doing
let's,
consecutive sessions with Lake Live.
So, and again, didn't know whether that should be actually in there somewhere or not, but it was something that was in.
I believe it's stated in one of the other documents in the district, probably in like the learning plan. I believe it's stated elsewhere anyway.
Okay. And then the other one back in the, what's it called? Health and safety, the number 1, there was a bullet at the very end that was talking about students not being mixed in their cohorts. Like for example, at elementary, like for electives, you know, like sometimes in the past they had, you know, half of the class went to the media center and another half went to the art class or whatever, or intervention times in middle of the high school, because now you're doing intervention times, and so now are they with other students, or are they with their same students? You know, ESE classes, you know, trying to, with the health and safety issues, trying to just maintain that students stay with their original cohorts, as you guys are using the word cohorts, as classes, I'm assuming, but.
I think that the intent is to not mix cohorts, or mix cohorts as little as possible. I don't know. I can't really speak to what's occurring as far as the schools. But I can tell you the overall intent that's been expressed by the superintendent is that we mix those cohorts as little as possible.
and then we're going to have situations, unintended consequences, looking at, say, speech and language. They are going to be pulling kids from different classes for their group, for Medicaid purposes. So we're going to see some mixing of cohorts out of necessity, which then has unintended consequences. So that's another issue that principals, I think, need to be monitoring, because you've got kids who, even out of the same cohort, they're not all going to have the same speech and language needs.
I think you're going to see there. I don't want to put. We can't put in language that says.
No, I'm just throwing that out.
I know that we won't mix cohorts, but what you look at alone of, if the desire is to keep breakfast out of the classroom, I mean, you can't really.
Yeah.
We can do our best to socially distance them in the breakfast, but as far as them being with their cohort like they would be in a lunch setting, that's just another area. The speech and language, you're right, and how they receive some services. But I know, there's been some talk of doing some blended support and like speech and language and using technology there. So I think there's going to be some times, Kathy, where we just can't avoid it, but we are trying to limit it, and that's listed in our safety protocols, just overarching outside of this.
Then that begs a separate question, but let's go through this.
Okay. So, I mean, I can't guarantee the non-mixed cohorts right now, but back to the attorney, I can't do this. So are we okay with removing this? And we would have to hash that out with attorneys anyway.
Well, all right. In the spirit of cooperation.
We love that.
Just remember that.
So this is when it gets into the selection process of Lake Live. And, you know, we keep in mind this separate from the virtual. You guys had the principal had final discretion to assign a teacher to teach a Lake Live class or section. I'm just going to, again, I'm be totally honest, we can't avoid it. And we're at a point where we want to go by preference. And then after that, we want to ask them. And then if they've been asked and there's no way to fulfill the need, then at some points we are going to have to tell people we need them to teach a Lake Live class. So I just can't, we can't avoid it. I understand that that doesn't sit well with your folks. They don't like being voluntold to do something, but it is something that in order to meet the essential function, it's got to occur at this time. You know, keeping in mind that Lake Live balances out, you know, the desire of choice for families, but also reducing class sizes if possible. The side effect of that with Lake Live is, in order for this to occur, it's going to have to, we got to have it. So.
And basically, we know that criterion 1, 2, and 3 were put in there because they're nice words. It all came down to what the principal needed or wanted, and whether, so criterion 4 was the only one that really mattered anyway, I think.
Well, I think you've got some protection in that, and that I think it extends well beyond that, and that it's based on student enrollment. And anything a principal wants, and I'm comfortable in saying that they're wanting it because it's what has to be done to meet the needs of the students in the school, and they're considering preference. And you know, it protects that you're not going to be thrown into, if you're a English teacher, not be thrown in to teach an Algebra 1 class if you're not certified to do so. So, I mean, I can appreciate your perspective, but I think mine differs. But we can't, we've got to be able to assign people if we have to.
Okay.
Our the teacher shifted to Lake Virtual. And talks about the usual parameters that we had. You guys had district seniority question marked here on what that meant. What I meant to do last time was to have an asterisk there, and then at the bottom of the page, wherever it lands, I had a definition right here of seniority and how it's being expressed in the MOU. So just for clarification and revisiting district seniority, we wanted, if a teacher was in a school, had been in the district for 20 years, but is newly arrived within the last couple years at a school, we didn't want to just consider seniority at that school. We wanted it to be the full time without a break in service within Lake County schools. On the return, you guys had struck returning during the year. Teacher selected to shift to LVS. Will be allowed to return to the same position that they shifted away from at their original brick and mortar school during the year, or at the end of the 2021 year.
No, may I clarify? I did not
Sure.
take off. It was the strike was you guys, I believe, before. We wanted, and that's why it's during the school year is
Okay.
bold. We wanted it back in.
Okay. Here's, and
So that if at the end of the semester, for example, there, you know, things were going well and we didn't have a lot of the COVID stuff, and we had more people that could come back from, like, for example, Lake Virtual, they should be able to come back at the semester, which is what you guys were trying to say. With the virtual students, they would have to wait until at least the semester. So this would be then the same idea that
Teachers following the
come
students.
back at the semester time to then come back just like the students would then come back at the semester.
I get what you guys are saying, but what I don't want to put in place is something that's unachievable. And there are going to be circumstances they're not going to come back in one beautiful chunk to where, okay, first semester we were doing this, now everybody go back to normal. And if that was the case, then we could handle that major transition. But what's likely going to happen is trickles and flows. And as they're trickling and flowing back, I think the consistency that has to be prioritized on the students. And I don't want to guarantee that a person can roll into the same position when enrollment doesn't support that to happen. So it just, I want to make sure that we're not committing to something that we can't fulfill.
Well, that's why it says or in there. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen.
But here's the thing. I guess it goes down to what we determine as same position. Because if it was their certified area, then that would make sense that we could definitely pull that off. But essentially what you're going to be doing is if the numbers for enrollment are really wonky, all of a sudden you're bumping a teacher that's, developed time and relationships with the kids who are certified to teach them. How do you really determine what their same position was? So, it's going to be based on their return, it's going to be based on their certification. So it's not like we're going to drop them into something they're out of field with, but I don't really know how we can guarantee during the year it's so undefined.
But yet up above, the principal can assign a teacher to Lake Virtual School, whether they want to or not. But then when the numbers support them coming back, they don't necessarily come back to the same school, same quasi position. So we're allowing forced transfer in one hand, but not allowing the teacher to come back. So, I mean, if you're allowing the principal to make selections of teachers to go to Lake Virtual School, and then as numbers shift, not allowing them to come back, or moving on down, that the teacher has to request to be considered to come back to their original position. That doesn't quite seem fair. It seems like a way of pruning your hedges, so to speak.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, at the end of the day, teachers' jobs to teach and administrators' jobs are administrate and manage the school. And nobody's going to be working outside of what's best for kids. So I just don't, if there's undefined, issues, we can't guarantee things that are not going to be possible. So, and when it goes down to below where they'll be considered to return to their original position, that's just like any other school year at the end of the year. If my numbers dictate, I need you to go from 3rd grade to 4th grade, just because you existed in a Lake Virtual setting or a Lake Live setting, I can't make that guarantee year in, year out. I mean, we have teachers that move to different areas and take on different preps within their certification every single year. So I don't think this situation dictates a change in that.
But early on, didn't we tell teachers who moved to Lake Virtual that they would have the right to come back to their home school and with the same position, responsibilities, et cetera? And now we're changing that mid-course.
Well, I don't think we're mid-course. I think we've had discussion about this the whole way. And as we've continued to watch our enrollment numbers, once we had the giant shifts of enrollment and offering that Lake Live option and more influx of enrollment into Lake Virtual, I think it moved things out of the scope of reality. for these people to be able to just return at any time to their original position. And
So,
at the
but
end
it's
of the
the
day,
numbers. Okay.
so the numbers and the enrollment are going to dictate it. I'm not trying to be stubborn in this. I just want to remain in reality, and we're going to continue to have to make decisions that are best for the schools, the kids, and the teachers. And later on, just like where we have made a guarantee, because I feel like we can shoulder that guarantee because it's not as huge a number of this, is when you have folks that are taking the leave of absence, that they will be able to return to their position. So that's something principals are going to have to work out when those leave of absence people return.
I see what you're saying, but
Yeah.
But as the numbers from virtual shift back to the school, we would assume that the teacher would go with those numbers, again, based on credit certification. And, we have teachers who went to virtual or went on a short-term leave of absence with the understanding that they would be back in their home school when things shifted and crisis was over.
The homeschool, that is our full intent for them to return to their home school. We just cannot make a promise in their position. So where the enrollments, if you have a virtual school teacher where the enrollment shifts, from Lake Virtual back to schools, they're not going to be pure numbers because it was impossible to arrange and schedule students, to where you wouldn't have, say, a Mount Dora middle school student and a Tavares middle school student in the same virtual class. So if both those students go back, it's not going to dictate smoothly how students flow back. We're going to have to monitor that and watch the trends and just make the most logical decisions of what needs to be shifted back and where and who. Because the return is the booger. That's the hard part. And that's why we're struggling with this, I think. Because we do not have any way to, it's just like we were talking about what's going to happen in those first 2 weeks. Those class sizes is just one layer where, the who's and where's is going to be a whole nother layer.
And we have teachers who've been very loyal to Lake County schools. They will say, I will do whatever is necessary. So they shift to Lake Virtual because that's what's necessary. And we're not allowing them to come back, to guarantee coming back to at least their home school.
No, we're guaranteeing they come back to their home school in the area of their certification. I just can't guarantee that they're going come back into whatever the exact same position. You know, I'm thinking more along the lines of a sec, because some of the people that left, say, an elementary setting, they probably switched to a different grade level because they had a desire to go to virtual, and that's where the numbers drove them. And then at the secondary, based on their certification, you might have, you know, an algebra teacher that went to teach geometry perhaps in virtual. So guarantee them that they're going to drop back into an algebra class that's moving along smooth, and the master schedule doesn't, you know, based on enrollment, doesn't permit that. It's impossible for us to honor that. So I can honor the home school.
Okay, so use that phrase instead of brick and mortar school, because that brick and mortar school could be any school in the county.
Well, it says at their brick and mortar school.
Well,
so
okay.
Original, does that help?
Yeah, that would help.
Okay. Yeah, because I used original in the statement above it.
Yes. Maybe a phrase at the end of during the year, if the numbers support the transition. So that way, if the numbers are supporting that transition, fine. If they're not, then we'll wait till the end of the year or until the numbers do support a transition.
Well, I mean, that's something that we need to monitor anyway, because if class
That's
size
right.
is too large, we're constantly going to be monitoring numbers. So I don't know how much language you need, but it is 100% need based. If students are leaving Lake Virtual, the teachers will be leaving with students, and we're trying to at least generate around, if it's a specific school those students are going back to, then that teacher needs to go back too. We've already talked with Mr. Miller. If we need a teacher for a specific school, but it's not those kids leaving, then he needs to shift those students somewhere else to get the teacher back to the school. So there has been conversation around that.
I agree. But this says they have to wait till the end of the year to make that transition. So there may, after you monitor it, they need to make that transition during the course of the year and not wait till the end of the school year. Because this is kind of wording that once you were in Lake Virtual School, you've got to be there for the entire school year, no matter what the numbers do.
Yeah,
Hey,
no,
if you look down below, it says teachers will be shifted back to their brick and mortar schools during the school year based on student enrollment shifts back to brick and mortar schools. Shifts of teachers and students back to brick and mortar settings will generally occur following completion of 9-week grading period. It is understood that flexibility must exist when significant enrollment shifts occur.
Okay, so that other statement really is a moot point and we can take it out.
And it's pretty much my understanding that, I mean, Lake Virtual was filled and housed with teachers that really wanted an option that we were able to fulfill. I mean, I don't think.
But then some people went there and then it wasn't their choice, but generally it was the folks who wanted to go there.
Where?
Lake Virtual.
I would say it's about as close to 100% based on their desire that you can get.
I'm unaware of any teacher that's there not by their choice.
Well, I'm just going to the statement criterion above where the principal could assign someone to Lake Virtual School.
No, that was Lake Live.
Yeah, Lake Live.
Yep.
So I get it.
No,
There will be circumstances
no.
where you Lake Live.
LVS, Lake Virtual School.
But that's not that set of criteria. It doesn't say that.
It wasn't based by principle.
Okay. All right.
When you go up to Lake Live, that's where that criteria was.
Right.
Okay.
So
my mistake.
Let me back up here and see this. All right. So this first statement, teachers selected to shift to Lake County Virtual School will be allowed to return to a position within their certification that they shifted away from at their original brick and mortar school during the year or at the end of the school year. So it's allowing that it can be done. And then if the same position at school is not available during the school year, the teacher will return to a position within there. So it kind of repeats itself. So what I'm asking for is help on because down here we talk about what dictates it. So you're saying we don't need this first paragraph.
I'm thinking because you later define it down below, or am I wrong? Am I missing something?
So perhaps take this, shift it above, get up there. Because it starts talking about the shift right out of the gate. And then this becomes unnecessary. And then this talks about if the same position is not available, the teacher will return to a position within their area of certification at their original brick and mortar school. A program request, the teacher will be considered to will be considered to return to their original position for the 2022 school year. So, and that
21, 22.
2021-22 school year. So,
Okay.
And just to clarify, that's the same thing that you had crossed it out before, and that's why it's in the bold. Just to, that yes, they
So
are
putting it
considered
back
to
in.
come back.
yeah. I guess that's where we get, they're guaranteed to go back to their original brick and mortar, but upon request, they can go back to their original position.
If
So
it's available or whatever.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay. So then our criterion, I think, is basically the reverse. So I don't think we have problems there. Then we get leave. There was not anything new there. We talked about last time allowing for the long-term leave based on concerns and not just increased risk or being a guardian. This, you guys add in here to talk about temporary instructional staff or permanent substitute. So help me with that. What was that addition for? Because this is where, remember, we currently, if somebody took a long-term leave under current board policy, it would be pending a position be available for them upon their return. What we were guaranteeing is that they would return to,
And we're just saying that the long-term sub, if there's positions available, would be reassigned to another position that's available.
Well, I think subs operate outside of you guys' purview. I mean, that's a temporary employee or a at-will employee. So I don't think we can even, and then temporary instructional, I can tell you we're going to have holes we're going to need to fill, but I'm not sure I can make a guarantee to a temporary. That's why they're temporary. We're discussing with those folks right up front that they're temporary because we don't want to burn the bridge. That's for sure. We got somebody with a good teaching certificate. We want to be able to use them. So if instructional staff member is placed during this school year due to the return, so if someone that's hired into a spot and they get displaced during the year, we're going to try and find them a spot, basically is what it says. And then we'll even consider them for out of field, but that's something that places a lot of burden on that person. So we don't want to force money into that.
All right. Back up a little bit.
Okay.
Now we do know the Family COVID Relief Act allows for 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
We never really got clarification on whatever it is, state statute about line of duty illness leave.
We discussed that a policy and statute exists that someone could exercise currently.
Right. So they could take advantage of both. And we also know, worst case scenario, it is totally possible that a teacher, through no fault of their own, would have multiple quarantine periods. And limiting it to the only 80 hours. I know other school systems have looked at additional weeks covered. We know that we've had teachers who have been on administrative leave for other reasons for a month at a time. So is there a way we can I think at one point I talked about a maximum of 20 days for paid extended leave for quarantine for COVID purposes. Is it a situation where that can even be paid for by some of the COVID relief money from both the DOE or the additional money we got from the county? Because it would be a COVID related expense. I just hate to see a teacher having to use their sick time for teaching kids.
And, you know, one thing that, you know, I can tell you the position has not changed, that we can provide the 2 weeks as we're required to, and that's our money out of our general fund. That doesn't come out of any act or funded act or CARES dollars, which CARES dollars cannot be used for this. And the county dollars were designated.
Required by law, right?
Yes, that is required by law. Correct.
Okay.
So we don't have a revenue source that's new to cover this. And our financial situation as a whole is, it can't support moving beyond something that has no defined end. And I agree with you. And I've had these conversations with LCEA also. I think it's totally, you know, there's gonna be circumstances where it's definitely out of anyone's control that has to quarantine. And I think sometimes it'll be kids bringing in, sometimes it'll be teachers, sometimes it's administrators, sometimes it's lunch people, who knows where it comes from. But based on the money we got, this is all we can commit to. So as disappointing as that is, it's the circumstance that we're in.
So other counties who are granting more leave are covering that expense for their employees out of their own money?
I have not heard of anybody that has agreed to that. I know it's probably been discussed just as we're discussing it now and proposed by other bargaining, you know,
I think Brevard might have. I think Brevard has, or maybe Polk, but I can get you the information.
I've seen it proposed, but I have not seen it agreed upon. But you know, what I would tell you is if anybody is going down that road, then that means they've got a much healthier fund balance than we do.
All right. Chad, would you do me a favor and scroll down towards the end of this COVID portion? And that's what I'm thinking. All right, can I propose something then, please? I don't know how, but because we have a couple more bullets now in this one that you're missing also. So I don't know what's happened, but, and I know it's probably lunchtime anyway. So would it be possible for us to take then our lunch break and I can resend I think updated one, whatever. Okay. And for the most part, we're at this point anyway. And so I think you can look at it, but I think unfortunately, you may have to, I don't know, copy paste, whatever.
Yeah, not a problem. If you'll send it to me and I'll lay it in, and then we can review wherever those differences are.
I mean, up till now, we've gone over everything.
Okay.
All right. Is that helpful?
Sure. That would definitely be helpful.
And one thing before, okay. Yeah, we later talk about training protocols. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'll look for that document, Kathy. Is 12:14 now. We can reconvene at 1:15. If that's okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Let me stop share. And then, okay, it is 12:15 p.m., 8/20/2020. LCEA Lake County bargaining session is now taking a break for lunch. See you soon. Reconvening at 1:15. Okay, everyone, welcome back. 8/20/2020, 1:19 p.m. for LCEA Lake County Schools bargaining session. We're back from lunch and we'll pick up where we left off. I was able to get, Kathy resent me the document and was able to transfer the bullets over. There were two preceding bullets that were not there. One talked about the mix of cohorts, and we talked about that, but there's no way we're not going to be able to completely prevent from mixing them. But we're definitely going to do our best to do so. And the other piece was the piece we discussed that it was established in our other documents, district documents, where if you're teaching under the advice of our board attorney, if you're teaching Lake Live, you won't be teaching brick and mortar at the same time. So we talked about those two issues, and where we picked back up was COVID-related leave is where we were at, and I added in the bullet that was missing. And it picks up where our discussion pretty much left off. If instructional personnel need to quarantine and cannot teach virtually, the county will grant additional administrative leave up to 30 days. I think I clearly expressed that we didn't have the funding available to stack on top of the emergency COVID relief leave. However, I do think it's important that we establish that instructional personnel are permitted to work during quarantine in an effort not to have to use their leave time.
So we're keeping that sentence in or not?
No, not as existing, because we cannot
Okay.
afford to pay an additional administrative leave up to 30 days. So
I think what he was saying was the other statement.
okay, basically I feel like we need to add.
Or can we put that they could teach, but I think that may be in the other section when we were talking about, but okay, start over. If a teacher does have to quarantine, but they themselves are really not sick, they should be able to teach virtually, and then they wouldn't have to take the time off, correct?
Yes.
And that's what would be the other portion of this, possibly.
Let me share my screen.
Because this was and cannot teach virtually, but if you could teach virtually, you don't have to take.
I don't know how basically, if instructional personnel do have to quarantine, they may
Instructional personnel need to quarantine.
Yeah. Continue to teach your classes remotely.
And then that begs another question, but I'll ask it in a minute.
Does that make sense?
I think that's what you want to say.
Okay.
Okay, then along with that statement, let me ask this question. How does that differ then from a preschool or a kindergarten teacher or pre-K teaching all of their students or classes on Lake Live, which means all the students are on virtually, yet they're making the teacher come in even though they're teaching all of their classes virtually?
It's that, as we discussed last time, there's other things that come along with a teacher's duties and responsibilities at the school site. And where you guys asked last time about not requiring Lake Live teachers to do duties, we didn't feel like from the district standpoint that was equitable to the folks that do have to perform those duties.
Okay.
Is there any repercussions if a student doesn't, or a parent doesn't want their student, since they didn't choose Lake Live or virtual? What happens if the students refuse to take the class that way?
We're not forcing any kids into a Lake Live or virtual setting, unless that, I think, under some extraordinary circumstance where there might not be an available offering that fits their schedule, they would have to agree to go into that. They would have to make a choice, I would assume. Is there a situation you can describe to me, Liz?
Well, I'm just saying this situation. So say, say I'm teaching and I got infected by my first period. So I would assume that everybody in my first period class would be quarantined and I would be quarantined. But then say I have 3 other classes. And so I can teach them virtually. I can teach them remotely. Well, what if a parent doesn't want that? I mean, are we going to back that to make sure that that occurs, or what's the repercussions for that?
I mean, the parents and families are gonna have to roll with the punches just like we are. So
Okay, I
and
just
they
want to
wouldn't
make
have
sure.
an option. Yeah, they
Okay.
would have to. Yeah, because it will get weird. I won't say it can. It will get weird. Where let's say on the day of an exposure, what happens with the 3 kids that were absent that day? You know what I mean? So it's like they can come back to school. So we'll have to figure that out on a school by school basis. And that's, we've had a lot of talk about substitutes this week and how we'll handle that. And that's one of the circumstances why we have to have a sub for Lake Live teachers.
Right.
I'm just scrolling down to see. So is there anything other in the COVID-19 related leave section?
Well, one thing that might make it a little clearer on the one you were just working on that gets to Stuart's point is to add the word temporarily. So they can continue to temporarily teach their classes remotely for what, that 10-day period? And then essentially they should be coming back. So I just wonder if maybe adding that word in there might show a difference between the 2 different types of situations.
It's not fair. Y'all get to judge my poor spelling right here in live action.
That's all right. You're not the first.
Yeah, I think that works. There were 2 other pieces that were up above that were bullets, but I didn't feel like and this was additional to what Kathy sent me. So I dropped them into other impacts because it seemed like they didn't necessarily jive with I think they were just dropped in the leave for some reason. It wasn't a big deal. but they were these two bulleted statements here. LCEA will receive a list weekly of schools with COVID-19 cases, along with the number of instructional staff and students who have tested positive. No problem with that. We'll provide that. You guys know, we'll err on the side of confidentiality, but we have no problem providing you guys with updates and making sure you're in the loop on anything. The last thing in the world we want for anybody from our community to any individuals to feel like we're not being transparent. So LCA will be given a list of schools which have not received the proper PPE. I know there were questions that floated around this week. I believe we had about all of them should have their proper PPE. And if they feel otherwise, you guys will likely know before we do. But our aim is for them to have all their proper PPE, so there shouldn't be a list. So I'm not going to put something I'm not willing to put something in that insinuates that schools are not going to have the proper PPE. But we'll let you know if all of a sudden supply can't meet demand for some reason. We will definitely inform you. So would you be okay with this being something because the schedule, John sent the schedule, I think he sent you guys too, and there's probably 6 schools a day. I think I counted around, I don't know, less than 20 schools that they were delivering today and tomorrow to get everything there. And my understanding was they were either making multiple trips or making sure they had everything to go. But
I've gotten some inventory list from one school that was partial of what they delivered. So I'm just.
Well, I can tell you there's people sitting in this room right now, as far as our Zoom room, that are going to be chomping down on us harder than you guys are than if we don't get the proper PPE out to the schools. So I can tell you our principals have been very proactive, and so I can put
or back ordered.
Yeah. I mean, the problem is I don't want to put something in that where, I mean, we're not gonna be able to track back ordered items, you know what I mean? There's all kinds of stuff that I want to be realistic here. How's that look?
I tried to unmute.
Whoever's whispering,
That was me.
Um,
Hey, I just wanted to remind you, just from my years of being the LCA secretary, you can't use those initials PPE unless it's spelled out somewhere before that. So just
Yeah.
make sure that
Yeah,
somewhere that if it was, and then you can put PP in parentheses and it will refer to it after that. But
I couldn't remember if we had used it earlier.
Kirsten and I printed this and we looked back and we couldn't find it, but
Good catch.
Thank you, Tracy. Good catch.
you're welcome.
It's kind of like all the school acronyms. We tend to throw them around thinking everyone knows what they mean.
Exactly. Heck, I start mixing them up. So
I just make them up.
Well, in looking through all this, I thought it was already used. I was like, Tracy,
I
I was
did
like,
too.
yeah, I thought it was already used a long time when we were talking about the health and safety stuff. It's like,
I don't recall a document lately that it hadn't been included. So, so other than that, does that look okay?
Yes.
Okay. Then we had the trainings. Yeah, this was
Yes.
the 12-hour Google certification program during pre-planning. But then you guys put any trainings after hours, instructional personnel will be compensated at their hourly rate. I don't know of any things we're requiring after hours.
Well,
Did you guys have something that?
we do know it happens often where somebody didn't get a bloodborne pathogen during their week or something else, and they say, oh, go do that at home. So we're just kind of ensuring that the training is actually done during school hours. And I'm more concerned with the next one, that we want to make sure that instructional personnel have received proper training along with substitutes. Because I remember in my class, a substitute would come in and no matter what protocols I had in place, they would use what they thought was a new corrected protocol, which then messed up the whole routine. And I think if we're asking substitutes to come in during this pandemic time, that we want them to be as well trained as instructional personnel and not just a go check the website for this. I think there needs to be some specific training as to what should be done. If a child shows symptoms, what are the symptoms? Who do they call, et cetera, et cetera.
I mean,
think that so.
Sorry. But before we move to that, because I do have some thoughts on that, addressing the that could probably stand as its own bullet.
Okay.
Basically, I put any required trainings will occur during contract hours. Any required trainings that occur after hours, instructional personnel will be compensated their hourly rate.
Okay, I like it.
What I do want understood though is it's within the scope of this situation regarding our COVID and regarding our like Google remote learning platforms and things of that nature. Because I don't want to go into a world of professional development.
Yeah.
To where, you know, we've got people that have to fulfill things to update their certificates and things they're voluntarily choosing to do to meet the requirements of their job.
Yeah, I'm careful kind of with some, I don't know what the required trainings are, but some trainings might not be hourly rate, but it is stipend out at a certain rate depending on whatever grant funding source that came from. So I don't know if hourly rate is accurate, but they would be compensated.
And sometimes like when we have night trainings here that, and they're obviously not required, but it might be that they get a book or something else for attending the training. So I just want to make sure we don't lose the ability to do stuff like that. So if it's required,
Yeah.
I could see that, but I just don't want us to lose that opportunity to provide, other resources because teachers do sign up for them.
Correct. And this is COVID related because of the MOU.
This is why this is time limited too.
Yeah, I think it's advantageous for both sides, truthfully, right?
Yeah.
It is, right? Yeah.
Or exactly. And, we've had situations, Rob, before you got here, where an overzealous individual thought everyone should go have, FEMA training. And they told the principals to require all teachers to do FEMA training on their own time. Well, it wasn't necessary. It wasn't required, but all these teachers went and took the 20-hour FEMA training on their own time because they were told it was required. And that was before you got here, So sometimes we do have overzealous folks who say something's required when really in actuality it's not.
Well, I mean, I think definitely during the COVID-19 or these rules, we're going to do the best we can to limit the number of trainings during the day because one, we don't have resources to put into classrooms, meaning substitutes or other individuals
Exactly.
out of the building. So we completely understand that and had discussions around that thought.
There we go. Any required trainings related to COVID-19 issues, remote learning, or school closures will occur during contract hours. Any required trainings that occur after hours, instructional personnel will be compensated. So I feel like that closes the gaps a little bit.
Did you want to say at their hourly rate?
I don't know if it's, because that's what I'm saying. That's what, and some of the folks that on your team that are working in this too, it's not always, sometimes it's at a stipend amount and it's not always at a hourly rate.
And the stipend amount wouldn't be COVID-19 related training or remote learning or school closure.
To me, if it's compensated, we're going to have that discussion anyway. So putting a parameter on it here, I can't tell you what's going to be available for anything that comes down the pipe. So I think, hang on, let me think of how we can say any required.
Well, the stipend rate is $20 an hour for required trainings after hours.
I mean, does that work? If we say it'll be compensated at a negotiated amount, that way if something comes about, we can negotiate it and sign off on it? Or at an agreed upon amount or rate?
Okay. Kathy, what do you think?
That's fine.
Okay.
That should be fine.
So here's where, whenever we left, we talked about proper training before, and where I went back and changed some of this because, at the end of the day, for your teachers to have to sit there and listen to their administrator read them the safety protocols, I feel like is, not the best use of their time. So I feel like making those safety protocols available, and I don't really see training them on them, would basically be reading them to them. So I'm not sure that they're going to appreciate that. And when you look around for trainings on COVID, I mean, it's like basically what we're inundated with every day and minute of our life at this point. Wash your hands real good, social distance, wear a mask when you can't social distance, clean frequently used and high touch areas. I know and basically when you talk about identifying symptoms, it's the same thing they're doing in their classroom every day. When to me, it's more along the lines of how the principals are engaging their teachers with procedures and protocols that they need them to follow at the school. And a lot of that's probably already been addressed. So I want to give the principals an opportunity to speak on that, if you don't mind, and even the teachers, what they've experienced. So somebody throw me a bone here. One of you guys unmute and let it spill.
Chad, I know that our big meeting is tomorrow, but from day one when it came back, I mean, we've been communicating the safety protocols as the district was going through them, talking about, the masks when they're unable to social distance, what PPE they're going to be getting in their classroom. I mean, I think the key here is just good communication of the safety protocols in place, and just being able to, let them, kind of share with us. So I'm concerned about this. Okay, well, let's talk it through. So I think that's just kind of been the most important. I don't think the safety protocols are a lot of training. I think it's just noting that, okay, this is what the district safety protocol is. And then I know we took the document, and then underneath that in color in red is kind of whenever specifics related to our school and our staff. And then that's how we've handled it. But safety has been at the forefront in the discussions even before, August 10th.
Yes, ma'am, Melissa Newman.
Well, here at Tavares, again, as Ms. McKinney said, we also have our large faculty meeting in the morning. However, it's constantly reiterated the district's safety plan for this, wearing the mask, having the PPEs, washing the hands. We've got directional arrows for our hallways and are asked to, keep with those directional arrows. I've got to say, we've got right now the best custodial crew I have ever seen. They are constantly wiping down and cleaning, and like I said, our big meeting's in the morning, but I don't see where Mr. Stein is going to have to go over much more than what we already know.
So that's just why I'm cautious of calling it training. You know what I mean? Because you almost feel like if you get a training, you're leaving with something. Whereas, heck, feels like every moment of the day is a training at this point.
I just know when I talked to a group of teachers the other night, quite a few of them said that they had no training. One talked about a PowerPoint that they had. So I was just, apparently they're, and maybe this is what's going to happen Friday morning, but we're still seeing segments that up to this point really haven't had any training. And
so help me out and describe that training to me. What's the desire of the training? Are they being specific?
Well, look at the bloodborne pathogen training we do. That's not anything real heavy, deep, taking hours at a time, but it's kind of running through the protocol, maybe just so to remind staff, if it's wet and not yours, don't touch it. But so,
I mean, we can ask principals to review them with their staff.
Exactly, review would be fine.
Okay.
Because I don't want, just like our students, we will inevitably have somebody do something and then say, no one told me I couldn't do that. And we hear students say that all the time, and probably some staff. So just, review the protocols. Everyone be on the same page.
You know, it takes a little bit of training on teachers' parts just as well as it does for, you know, students. I know like today we had our meet the teacher, and that's why I was going in and out. And, you know, I kind of had to remind a couple of people that, you know, they weren't wearing their mask
Exactly.
and it's not, you know, they weren't doing anything purposeful. It was just, you know, they're not used to grabbing, you know, they're used to grabbing their keys, you know, their phone, but now they got to make sure that their, you know, their mask is there and that kind of thing. So sometimes just getting, and I think once the first week, as long as they kind of know what the protocols are, and then they're constantly reminded, it'll be like second nature.
Yeah.
So are substitute teachers going to get the same kind of training, some kind of handout for them to review before they walk into my classroom?
Yes, we are providing the substitutes with copies of the safety protocols. Michelle, you want to talk a little bit about subs? Because I know we've been continuing work on that.
Sure. I am emailing substitutes as we speak, sending out those safety protocols. I'm also sending information to our ASAP contacts at the schools. We have screening questions that will be asked of all of the substitutes when they report to campus. Temperatures will be taken. If the substitutes answer yes to any of the questions or their temperature is not within the normal range, then they will be asked to leave, and they are going to be, they will be made aware of that as soon as I can get these emails out to them. We have also asked our substitutes which ones want to be placed on hold for either the first semester or the entire year. We'll maintain them in the as active substitutes, but just not working for this year. We have also interviewed and processed close to 100 substitutes. I'll be calling schools. We have some excellent substitutes that have come on board, and I'm going to call the schools that have been listed as preferences by these substitutes so that they will know that they have new contacts that they can make to cover classes. So I feel good about some of the things that have happened in the last few weeks.
Thanks, Michelle.
Yep.
So that we're working on the subs, and we're going to make sure, you know, we got some suitable folks in there. The next thing you guys had, I put this in and we didn't heavily discuss it last time. Employees will also be provided access to informational videos and resources regarding COVID-19. I've got is through risk management. They identified some short videos that they're kind of like a COVID-19 101 that I wanted to push out. And they do follow CDC guidelines. And they, I'm gonna be honest, they're not the most, you know, it's definitely not a Harvard study, but it does provide kind of that surface level awareness of the basic things. You know, those reminders that Liz was kind of talking about, that it's going to raise some awareness coming back in. So there's nothing really controversial about them, because the first few that I found and worked with risk management on, we were not interested in. They were just like rough. So these were definitely more on par with what we were looking for. And I can send you a copy of them. I pretty much guarantee you guys aren't gonna have a problem with them.
Well, and some of them, it sounds like could even be used high school, middle school on that first week or a couple times at the beginning of the year for students to get into that routine of reminding each other about face coverings, keep your social distance, keep your hands to yourself, whatever. So it sounds like some of them may be appropriate for that population too.
I think this COVID 101 one kind of is. And so I was kind of what I was planning on doing after we talked with you guys is push them out to all users. And that way people could, if they want to check them out on their own time, if they want to incorporate them into, you know, introducing their syllabus to kids, the principals want to use them, you know, they're benign. I feel like they're appropriate. some of the ones that I saw were not appropriate for kids. They would have crawled under a rock and never come back. So
Or I would have, one of the two.
yeah. So as long as you guys are all right with that, we'll push those out, and
Okay.
I'll send you a copy of the link to them.
Okay, Chad, this is where also the form that I sent you had some changes.
Okay, let me see.
I don't know what you copied and pasted and did not.
Let me see if
For
I might have,
example,
admittedly, I might have missed something. So let me come down to that area.
there were in this area, I had taken off setup configuration just because we added other things in here, and I thought that would be just say classroom.
Yeah, I missed the setup and configuration change.
And then, and I don't know whether you have the other three at the end.
Yeah, I do. I have the other three at the end.
Great.
Okay. I'll scroll down to those.
I just thought it made more sense to take out the setup configuration since we were, even the 3 bullets you had kind of talked a, so.
And we'll fix all these gaps and stuff when we get there. This one we didn't discuss last time, this first bullet, but this was something you guys, that was provided by you guys in the first response. So I just left it in there because I felt like it made sense. And they probably worked through most of those issues at this point anyway. The instructional personnel will have morning and or afternoon preparation time. They will not have students in their classroom for breakfast and or lunch. This is, I know we've had a lot of discussion around this, and it's an important part for you guys. I almost feel like we've got 2 separate issues here. I don't know exactly what afternoons and release look like, but I know there's going to have to be some trickle in the morning, and in order to properly socially distance, and also some, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of stagger release in the afternoon. I don't know how that really impacts you guys' time. So I just don't think we cannot not have students report to their classes when they either come off the bus or if they come from breakfast or from parent drop off. I think kind of the trade-off here is I took some shots from my side for really being adamant about that breakfast or lunch and keeping it in the cafeteria. So that was a big thing, and that's where I feel like I have to try and request a trade-off there, that if we're not going to have students in the classroom for breakfast or lunch, that we're going to have to allow for some trickle and some staggered release.
Okay, on the release, my concern is there, in being a new school year, it always happens until we get some routines. But my contract time ends at 3:30, and I end up having to stay till 4:15 for little Johnny's bus or whatever. We have situations where even the car rider lines, the teacher's expected to open the door for the student and put their material in the car. And then that also means they're being exposed to the car's interior air. So some of the release, driving out, some of that's going to depend on how the bus schedules end up working. We have changed times, so hopefully that's not going to be as big of a problem. But we have had teachers with the evening or afternoon release spend as much as 30, 40 minutes after school or after their contract hours waiting for a bus or waiting for a release. And so, and if we're even asking our Lake Live teachers, who the whole idea is, and they don't say they do duty, or the classroom teacher who has a cohort. Now you're mixing cohorts. You're bringing in students and exposing a teacher that doesn't necessarily need to be exposed if we can help it. So those are just some concerns I have with those areas. I can understand the trickling in the morning as a trade-off for making sure they're not eating in the classroom. I think that's a major issue.
No, we're not doing it. Nope.
Tell me this, and because here's what I'll run into. So if teachers will not have students in their classroom for breakfast and or lunch, is it that I just know you're going to have teachers that desire that to happen from time to time. So I'll have literal principals that when a teacher comes to them and says, hey, I'd like to reward my class by having, like they do now, providing them a pizza in the classroom today.
For breakfast? Okay.
No, I'm saying for lunch.
I know.
Or, or it happens at breakfast too. They might have donuts, but I just don't want to break from that. So is it okay to put something like unless requested by the teacher?
Or no expectation. We have teachers who may not request it, or they feel like they're being voluntold to do that, and then it's being sold as, well, they requested it, whatever. So there's no expectation. In that way, it's still looking at no breakfast or lunch. It's not an expectation. But if a student or a teacher wants to do something special for their students, that's one thing. But the teacher still gets her duty-free lunch. So
I think the duty free is significant, but I think the other part though is actually this is probably the most dangerous time, especially if there's not enough room in some of the classrooms for social distancing. The eating part is other than using the facilities and the water fountain, that's probably one of the most dangerous times.
You're talking the food, the eating?
The eating.
Yeah.
Because you can't wear a mask. Some kids, I know I've got 4 kids of my own, and sometimes you'd think that they were animals in the way that they consume stuff, and they like to do the silly burping and seafood, and all that. I mean,
it's a vulnerable time.
That's what they're gonna do, and so they're gonna be told not to do it. But kids are gonna be kids. But honestly, this eating part is actually one of the most dangerous times.
I agree. It definitely is a time where you obviously can't eat with a mask on, and so I think it is important that for the safety aspects and protecting certain integrities of the classroom and things of that nature. I think it's a good compromise. So it is how this worded with the expectation language. Teachers will not have an expectation to have students in their classroom for breakfast and or lunch.
Teachers, what do you think? Is that okay wording? Melissa, Liz, whoever else is on.
Okay.
I'm just afraid that we're going to have some administrator that's going to just say that, well, it's not expected, but we have to do it at our school because of X, Y, Z. And if that's the case, then what do we do?
Well, I don't know. It's up to you guys how it's worded, because I did not want, that's why I was careful not to use the word volunteer, because that gets all twisted up. I,
Well, I just know
way,
there's one school that's right now still is planning on having breakfast in the classroom. But again, it's like, that's why the only thing I'm saying is expected, yes, that's one thing, but it could still be the same thing, that just like a volunteer, because if that principal expects that they're going to have breakfast in the classroom and that's what they've been doing, then it's expected that they do it now also. So how
I
does,
think you do have some schools that have traditionally, that's what they've done. So I know that came up in discussions because we had requests from both teachers and administrators. Well, that's what we've always done, and we want to be able to continue what we've always done.
But I think they need to understand that what we've always done isn't safe to do now.
Isn't the best protocol right now.
I mean, there's a lot, I mean, like we, always have football and, condiments and everything, but we're not having condiments out in the regular form. Things can't follow the same situation at this point in time. So maybe if you said teachers will not have students in their classroom for breakfast and or lunch unless it's a special occasion, request from the
Or
teacher.
just say not at all for the first 9 weeks, and then we can revisit it.
I don't want to get too far in the weeds of defining what a special occasion is. And we're already not allowing visitors on campus, for part of our safety protocols. So I feel like the expectation is that they don't have to. And I think I like what we have here. Because I do think it is possible for them, under circumstances, to have kids in their classroom if they wish to make it happen. Especially now that we're going to have, the dividers and things coming into the classrooms. I think it's totally feasible. So I don't want to absolutely eliminate the possibility of it. I do want to keep into consideration that our kids are, we want them to have some normalcy as they come back into school.
So is there another way just to add another word choice on this one and clarify? Because I don't care if somebody were to use my classroom and let's say someone of leadership supervises them. It's the point of teachers not supervising. So maybe teachers will not have any supervisory expectations of students during breakfast or lunch in the classroom. Something like that?
But still then, you still have to be concerned with who's cleaning it up.
Yeah.
You still have the mess and you still have the contamination.
Well, but at some point, you know what, if they need to use my room and they have a plan, that's fine, as long as, you know what, I don't have to supervise them.
Or clean up after them.
But who's going to clean? For example, I mean, in the past, had breakfast, okay, you take your stuff, you put it in the trash can, no big deal. Well, now it may be a little bit bigger deal because,
they're throwing their trash in the trash bag and we're allowing the kids to wipe down their desks. I guess I'm missing the bigger point, because to me, it seems like it's supervising, not necessarily the food issue. Maybe I'm missing something though.
Well, but at the same time, let's say, I can tell you're going to have teachers that are going to welcome kids in their classroom and eat in the morning, whether we want it to happen or not. And there's no way, if kids are going to be trickling in and we're going to need them to report, that they can kind of slice off that piece of supervisory, responsibility. So I just want to, I feel like we're not expecting them to do it, and right now it's not going to be. I think if we go back to where this conversation began, which was we need to have mandatory lunch and breakfast served in the classrooms. That's where the whole conversation began, all over the state and in our district also. So what we're trying to do is just if schools, if schools have ways that they can work with it and teachers desire that, we're not going to mandate it.
Well, that's where the word expectations.
Yeah.
So there is no expectation for the teacher to do that.
Okay. I just wanted to bring it up.
Kathy, is that workable?
As long as the administration understands that, they can't just say, well, no, it's an expectation, but my expectation is, yes, that we are going to have it in the classroom because it's easier and because it's whatever. And that's the only concern. So I guess we can individually then send it on to Chad at that point.
So I guess what I'm a little bit concerned with is if there's schools that have had this practice, for years on end, and that's their desire to continue because that's what works logistically. I'm just a little bit worried about that. I do not think that's a large scale practice across the district, but I do think there's potential for a couple of schools that have been doing that for years as far as kids coming in and being able to have a grab and go breakfast in their lunch. They've been dealing with the disposal of it. They've been dealing with the what do you call it? The cleanliness of it, any pest issues that might come along, and it hasn't been an issue. And now we have dividers in the classrooms, and they're rolling along, and have been doing this for years. I don't really see how it's a major issue.
And I think that a lot of it's going to depend on your age of your students. It's also going to depend on whether you have dividers. In high school, we don't have dividers. When I taught in elementary school, if you had one of the older portables, you didn't have a sink, but if you had a room, you had a sink. And so, a lot of times too, we're talking about whether a classroom can do that. I mean, like, everyone down my hallway, we're not going to be able to wash our hands, every hour because we don't have a sink. So we're going to only have, hand sanitizer.
And then
but in a regular classroom in elementary, almost all of your classrooms have a sink or an adjoining sink somehow, unless you're in a, old portable. So I think a lot of times it's going to depend on, every situation is a little bit different.
And even what kind of facilities folks are there. I noticed Kim was on earlier, but because the room's going to have to be cleaned afterwards. So does the school have the personnel to be able to do that?
And I think we're gonna have personnel to do the cleaning, and anywhere where we have issues where gaps occur due to quarantines or what have you, then we're definitely going to be able to fill those gaps. I just so I mean I think I guess I feel like thinking through this, I do need to think about, because I do believe there are one or two schools out there that have had this as a long-standing thing.
They shouldn't have.
That they have grab and go breakfasts that they do at their classroom, and it's likely due to either it's a large school or and we haven't received complaints about it. I don't want to create an issue where there's not an issue if it's not truly a safety issue either. Go ahead, Liz. Oh, I thought you're waving at somebody. Never mind.
Okay, leave the wording expectation at this point and we'll report any problems.
Okay. where we get into, these next ones get into instructional personnel will teach 2 courses, preps, and only have 1 set of standards for each of those courses. The contract will be enforced to maximum number of rosters, playing periods, and duties. I mean, we got 2 separate issues there, but you know, one and the same is that, you know, we've had to make some adjustments in order for things to occur. I think you've always had teachers where sometimes they had more than 2 preps, and any time you have a prep, it has a set of standards attached to it. You know, I know the goal is to reduce as many preps as you possibly can, but I can't realistically say that we can limit everyone to 2 preps.
Well, an elementary already has 5. If you're
Yeah.
a self-contained elementary teacher, you have ELA, science, social studies, math. So I'm concerned with that.
So you make them do separate lesson plans for each of those?
Separate subjects.
Well, yeah, they're separate subjects now. So yeah. I mean, I was always self-contained, and I had my plan book set up, ELA, science, social studies, math, and so that would already take out almost every elementary that's self-contained.
But in high school, we have, like, I know I just talked to somebody with one of the classes, they plan on having 4 preps in 1 period. Now,
Can you
granted,
describe that a little more to me?
In 1 period?
that's what I was just told at lunchtime. Now, granted, it's for a special case because it's access. But
yeah.
we have a lot of classes in high school. I mean, we've had a French class that had, you know, French 1 and French 3 in the same class at one time. Band has multi-preps in 1 period. We have art that generally will have, you know, multi-preps in 1 period. That's where I think, I mean, some of it can't be like bands. I mean, that's life. That's, you know, they're kind of used to that. But when you've got something entirely different, you know, like, you know, French 1 and French 3, that's really a hard thing to do, but that has been done in several cases.
I can't see how, especially under current circumstances, when we can't even do it under normal circumstances, and still provide the opportunities and programs to the kids. I can't see us being able to limit this. This goes into that. This goes into being able to hold up something you guys are asking for, and it's impossible at this point. And then the next piece is another one where we've gone to this block scheduling. I mean, we basically schedule kids, and it is a variation of what we do in the current contract. And that's why we presented it to you guys, and we went over it and we talked about it. And then it was probably that was part of needing to move forward with planning for the school year. And as we planned for the school year, about a month eclipsed by, and then it became an issue again. So, I mean, that's where the whole idea was, as we discussed last time, you know, trying to keep the same amount of students, but spreading them over additional class period at the middle school and high school level.
Yes, it was presented at the task force and at the school board, but it was never, we were hoping to be able to work out some things. The contract says a maximum of 6 rosters.
So we presented those schedules to you guys in bargaining. We
I thought
had,
you went back and said that you hadn't.
no, that's not what we were talking about. No, sir, that's incorrect. William Roberts and Mrs. Robinson Llewellyn presented those to you guys in bargaining.
So we
And-
saw two schools, but we're finding that that's not what's happening in all of the schools. We didn't necessarily agree to it at the time, the contract. So the contracts does say 6, and the block schedule, I think one of the schedules was 3 blocks in a skinny, and now we're hearing some schools doing 4 blocks in a skinny. So 3 in a skinny, yeah, that works. That's within the 6 for the year for that an individual. But I mean, we're seeing, again, I asked for individual school schedules and have never seen those, but
You asked for individual reopening plans of schools, and those don't
which
exist.
would include their schedules.
There's not an individual reopening plan for each school.
Okay.
And, you know, when Julie and Mr. Roberts presented the schedules, Julie clarified that this would add the additional period to spread the kids out to increase the ability to reduce some class sizes. And we move forward for planning for the year based on that. And I'm just gonna be totally honest with you, school start Monday and changing those schedules at this point, impossible.
Okay. So then let's figure out some kind of reimbursement for the teacher for the extra rosters.
They're being paid for a 7.5-hour day and
6 rosters. They're being paid for a 7.5-hour day, 6 rosters, planning time, and lunch.
I'm gonna be totally honest with you, Stuart, that's not gonna happen. There is no additional compensation for their 7.5-hour day that we have. And these are the schedules that were presented at bargaining, and you guys were informed that this was, and, you know, I understand that, you know, this is something where we're asking you guys to be flexible on, but in order to
But
pull
we're
off.
the only ones being flexible here.
No, in your opinion, we've been flexible since this whole thing started occurring in March. You might not recognize it and appreciate the areas where flexibility has occurred, but we have been flexible. And a big portion of this is a call to reduce class sizes where we can and try and aid in those areas to, you know, better, you know, lessen the numbers of total numbers of students in the class. So it's not this isn't born out of some selfish need just to torture teachers. This is born out of a need of this is how we need to do things to make sure that we answer the call of a lot of needs.
And there have been several situations through here where we're asking the teacher to go above and beyond. The teacher only gets 180 period if they're exposed to COVID. We've got a lot of different things going. Now we're asking teachers to teach more classes and do more planning with the same amount of planning period of 45 minutes.
Every single position and staff member in this district is going above and beyond their normal scope of duties in the entire school district to perform the essential function of providing education to the kids of our community. And that flexibility is going to be necessary in order for all of us to pull this off.
All right, high school teachers, what do you think? Somebody's talking, but I can't hear them.
Stuart, I apologize. I had to run to the restroom. What was the question?
Number of rosters and number of preps.
Yep.
How many rosters are you being asked to teach?
Let's see. I've got four periods, 2 semesters, so 8.
And the contract says a maximum of 6.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry, it's 7. It's 7 because one of mine's a skinny.
One's a year long.
The year-long scheme.
One's a skinny. So it's 7.
And those 4 rosters, if I may, my teachers, it only broke down the same kids that were on the 3 rosters that went over into the 4th roster. I just lowered their class limits and made another course. They would have still had these kids. So
Right.
they would
Same with the Lake Live. They have the same amount of students.
in a classroom.
Is that in all cases?
Just about, Stuart, here. We're running about 30 for the Lake Live, 25, 30 in there. And we're running about 18, our AP is running about 22 for us.
And it's the same at Tavares. I mean, we are in such an unusual time right now that even though it goes against contract, I hope the board and the district remembers that when we come to salary negotiations. I'm willing to be flexible and do what I need to do to teach these children.
well, and I don't want you to think at all that the sacrifice is not appreciated, because it definitely
It's not a
is.
sacrifice though, Chad. It's the kids. It's what we do.
I know.
So thank you.
So am I thinking correctly though? Granted, you've got 7 rosters, but you've only got 4 rosters you're dealing with at one time during a semester, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then at
And their plan periods, Chad, Stuart, they're not 45 minutes, they're 65 minutes.
Well, at least each school increased their planning time. I would say every school's planning time increased from last year.
Except elementary.
Right. Well, we didn't mess with elementary schedule though. They're not on a block. Theirs is the same. And remember, this was fostered out of a need. It wasn't masterminded to be for teachers. It was to reduce and limit the number of students that teachers would have face to face during one given period.
And this was presented after the fact rather than having teachers involved in the planning. So
before this was enacted, it was presented to you in bargaining.
it was on what date?
Whatever the second Zoom meeting we had. Remember whenever we said, we'd like to present the idea, and when we said block scheduling, you threw up your hands and celebrated. That was that meeting. And granted, okay,
Yeah.
You had not heard details at that point, but then
We
the
had not
details
heard
were
any
explained to you.
details.
The details were explained to you immediately at that time.
And now we're seeing how it's being implemented. So I mean, we do have in the contract already how teachers can get paid for teaching an extra class. And you're saying you're not willing to do that, even though it's already in the contract. The contract says a maximum of 6 rosters. And you're saying we've already done our planning and we're not going to change. So what can we do at this point to make it work?
Stuart, you had a question, what day? I just looked back, it's July 15th meeting.
So Stuart,
Okay.
here's where I think the things that you're asking for flexibility on cost money. and there's no new revenue stream to support that type of flexibility. So, you know, we're trying to make concessions where we can, but I mean, there is no revenue stream to support paying more for this adapted situation, which we all hope is as temporary as possible. But it's 1 year that we'll be moving with these schedules.
Well, the MOU is in lieu of the contract. That's what we're trying to work through here. I mean, and I've sat through, I mean, there was the task force, a board workshop, superintendent did Facebook Live. All this information was presented at each of those meetings.
The only thing I think we're trying to make sure is the fact that if it is like Miss Llewellyn's at East Ridge High School, for example, that the high schools have 3 periods and then the skinny, which is considered their intervention or whatever they want to call it, then okay, that's doable. But we are hearing that some schools are having 4 periods, is what we're being told, plus the intervention time, whatever you want to call it, which means then that's 5 different periods each semester because they've done something different, which is why I think Stuart was saying something about the schedules and seeing the schedules. And then you're talking about some people that, as we brought up earlier, with the fact that you're doing basically 2 different things in that period, whether it be, as Liz said, French 1 and French 3, or it's a AP English and a regular English. You're having more things within that period that you are also teaching at that time, which then creates more standards and more things. And I'm not for sure about the middle school as to how some of their schedules, if they're all like what Sid had presented or not.
Kathy, was that you?
Yeah.
Okay, if I may, we do have the 4 class periods, and then we have what's called learning opportunities. That is for children who are having difficulties, need a little bit of extra help, need a little one-on-one. It is, can't remember how it's 11:26 to 11. It's 30 minutes for kids to get extra help. So yes, I mean, we are responsible for those children, but it's not like a roster, if that helps at all.
Correct, and that's what I'm talking about with the intervention, which means then that is not your 4 classes, it's actually 5 classes that you're doing. Now granted, yes, the 30 minutes is something different, but as it was presented that the skinny was supposed to be the so-called intervention time. It was supposed to be 3 periods and whatever you wanted to call the other one.
Hey, Kathy, no, it wasn't ever presented that way. The skinny was the year-long one, and it's only 40-something minutes, like 45 minutes is the skinny with the 3 regular ones. Intervention was not in that. And we do have intervention schedules out there, which is about 30 minutes, like Melissa said, that happen, but then, you know, you can run your regular schedule. I don't even think we're doing interventions until after September here. But really the schedule's the 3 90-minute like courses and then the 45-minute skinny, which is a year-long class. And some people have them in 3rd period, some people have them in 4th period. Just depends what the skinny is.
And then again, my comment to that is if you're having, you know, let's say 90-minute classes, you should have time to be able to remediate. And do we really need to have those intervention times, especially again for this year, since we're going through everything else?
I think intervention is going to be more necessary. If anything, intervention is going to be more necessary than it ever has been. I think we've got massive learning gaps and slides that have occurred with our kids. I mean, I've witnessed it with my own personal kids, and by no means do they suffer. at home.
And
So
that's gonna cut those classes back to, with the 30-minute intervention for the teacher to see the struggling ones, it rolls us back to about 75 minutes, 70-something minutes on those classes that were 90 minutes.
Which again, I'm sorry, but that was not presented to us. It was presented that there would be
I
three.
never said that we were not going to do interventions. It's just like when I talk about a 7-period day, I don't talk about a 7-period day in interventions. I talked about a regular schedule, and then we build our interventions in there for our kids.
That was because it was added after the 7-period day, but that's beside the point. What I'm afraid of is that if we let this go now, that it's going to slide into next year. Well, you've allowed 10 rosters last year, so why can't we have 10 this year? I mean, so I don't want to open Pandora's box.
Didn't we say though the MOU would have a set time frame? Didn't you say before you two signed off somewhere at the bottom?
yeah,
Oh, yes.
I mean, if we're signing this MOU, it's going to be through our current conditions, and with a year, with the end of the year being the expiration on it, and because we're going to have to revisit it if things shift and we have to make adjustments if the clouds part and the sun starts shining or things get tragically worse. So I think we're going to have the opportunity to revisit. But yes, this ends in 1 year. And Stuart, I have the same fears that you do, that there's some Pandora's boxes in this agreement for myself.
Yeah.
So I think we have to commit to at the expiration of this MOU, we're back to our normal contract and working on the issues that we work on. So I'll honor my word if you do that. We're not gonna try and hold this MOU over future dealings, and say, well, it was good for you then, how come you can't do it now? I commit to you guys, we will not do that. And it's all born out of necessity. It's not something that, I mean, we're talking about people that know this stuff front to back in room for hours and days and months, trying to figure out what's going to be our best possible scenario to complete this mission with kids. And these folks have been master scheduling for years, and they're not just rookies at it. So this was, teachers were not the how this impacts teachers was not totally disregarded. And if anything, it was the whole conversation started with how do we get the class sizes down to create a safer environment.
Right, and I would say that each high school is a variation of East Ridge High School, except for there might be just the time minutes of passing change or a class period based on size of the school. It's identical. It's 3 periods with a skinny that runs year long with a built-in intervention time, X amount of days a week, depending on need. Middle schools is again, it's an image of what Mr. Roberts presented. His looked like it's an every other day, either a blue-white day or a red-white day, based on 1, 3, 5, and 2, 4, 6 periods.
So 3 periods a semester, plus it's skinny that's year long. That's 7 rosters. So let's rewrite this for this time period, a maximum of 7 rosters. And that way we're still making sure that each class is basically one set of standards, a teacher's not having to teach 2 classes in the same class period. And we can make the modification for a year of a maximum of 7 rosters.
That's yeah, I need to look at that and see what that means. So I can't just off the cuff create that language. So, I mean,
Well,
because
you've got the high school principals say they're teaching three blocks and a skinny that's year round. So that would be 6, 7 rosters for the year.
I mean, and that's because from what the schedules, the only ones I'm familiar of don't vary from that. But I just want to, I need to make sure. I don't even know as far as specifically what's out there, because all of their demands have been different. So, I know that's the kind of the core format that they were moving towards, but how it's been presented, whether they presented, because intervention has to occur. And so I need to see how that's presented. Yeah, we choose to because it's what's best for kids.
In the intervention, what is these teachers, those students are on that teacher's regular roster.
Correct.
That is correct.
So that's not an issue.
That did not change, right? That language is the same, right?
Exactly. So really the only change then is teaching 7 rosters the year. But what we're hearing that some teachers are having as many as 8 to 10, and that's a problem. It's a problem both for the student and the teacher. So if we look at a maximum of 7, that makes total sense. And that meets the needs of 3 classes and a skinny.
Where are the 10 rosters? Because if you're referring to, if a teacher has a roster of kids and there's separate course codes attached to those kids based on a similarity in the subject matter, then that's a totally different definition of rosters. So where are the 10 rosters or even 8 rosters? Because that will at least lead me to what I need to look at.
I think in some of the smaller high schools, we're seeing where a class period is getting doubled up, and they're asked to teach 2 classes in the same period. And I know some of our ESE classes are being asked they're in a situation where they've got a 1st through 5th grade in a self-contained, and there's 5 different quote unquote rosters for each of the students with 5 different sets of standards. So over the course of a year, it'd be 10.
And that's what I'm talking about. I'm not going to be in agreement with that, because you've always had mixed grade levels and multiple subject areas that are in self-contained classes. And to suggest that that's possible, that's not how we're defining a roster, and that's not out of the ordinary of things that have occurred in the past. Now, I will tell you, there are grade levels in some of those self-contained classes that ordinarily might not have been combined. But if you've got a school that had 2 units and one had to move to virtual based on school demand, and which enabled also a teacher that desired to move to virtual along with it, then you know what? You might have some grade levels combined in a class period. So, and that's why I feel like there's it's way just typing out some language right now for somebody to come back and say, look, see here, look, you got a self-contained class where look at all these preps, look at this, that, and that. Negative. We cannot go there.
And Chad, at high schools, you're going to find that with band kids with different course codes, because the teacher needs them at that period together. So they're going to have a lot of different course codes depending on what the kid needs and what they've already taken, so they can get their credits for it. So Stuart, we do have a lot of that.
Yeah, that's the same in middle school. Same thing in middle school, Chad.
Well, in those arts classes, you probably are going to have that.
Okay.
And that there might be some exceptions, but for the general ed teachers out there, we're looking at a max of 7 rosters. And then we can deal with the outliers on an individual basis.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I definitely think there are some specialty courses that we do double up. If I am running a small school and want to provide AP calculus to students, I might run A, B, and B, C in the same class because I only have 5 of one and 4 of the other. So to offer, I need to combine to make 9 students or 12 students. So, I mean, I do think there are some, but we've done that in the past too, just based on student need, and teachers most of the time are willing to make that happen.
And that's what I'm saying. There's going to be some outliers, and we can make note of those. But I mean, for general purposes,
All right, let me, I think I understand what the general, your intent and what you're speaking of with general purposes. I need the ability to think through it to put language down. And I've got to measure the impact of that. So probably I need some time in order to do that. And I know we're approaching our 3 o'clock hour, so we can move on from this topic and I can work on language. And, we're going to have to reconvene quickly, or we're going to have to shoot it back and forth until we land somewhere, even if it's outside of this venue.
okay.
So if we can, we're approaching the.
Well, as long as you're open to that as a possibility, and we can do that for 1 year because of COVID.
Okay.
But
okay, well, let me see what I can come up with there to make sure it's fair for all parties.
Thank you.
Evaluations was the next was the next section. Teacher evaluation. We said that we would convene in 3 weeks. And then down here, you guys said no evaluations of any kind until
we reconvene. Yeah.
The committee reconvenes. That's fine. I can move that up because I think it's going to be definitely sooner than later that we come together. I'll have it. I kind of want to talk to you about dates tomorrow with that.
I was going to say, I saw Guido on earlier, so.
He and I had some discussion at lunch about that. So,
oh, there's Guido. He's on right now.
I'm trying to see probably what a cleaner way to state this is.
And you might want to take out in this MOU. Yeah, you're getting ready to delete that. Thank you.
Okay. And
the grievance stuff, we just wanted a way of, if there's a safety issue or a broken protocol, we wanted to be able to expedite, it could be a grievance, but expedite health and safety issues and get them corrected as soon as possible. And that's why we put some kind of turnaround 24 hours from the date of the incident.
Well, and that's I don't want to confuse it with our current grievance procedure. So what I would like to do is add it down and then have some element of timeliness and get the language right to go with it.
Yeah, I just couldn't think of an appropriate word, but it's really, as it says, for health and safety issues and violations.
And I knew what you were trying to get there with. Procedure. it kind of seems weird. I don't know if I almost want to say expedited action will be taken, because you start talking about a procedure.
Yeah,
Yeah, let me see here.
expedited attention or expedited, the word I'm thinking of is not coming to me, so I'm not thinking. Okay, I like that wording.
Yeah, I'm trying to, something like that.
But you're in the ballpark, and
Okay.
yeah.
If I can clean up the verbiage in it, I will. So now we have student absences, and I get where y'all are coming from with this, that, you know, you don't want teachers on the hook as far as, you know, when you got kids that are essentially true. I feel like you have to define extended absences. So I think just like in any normal situation, you would want, you know, if kids aren't participating like they need to, your first point of contact is usually most effective is the teacher reaching out to the parent. But when you get into extended absences, I think that's definitely something that needs to move on to the administration to handle.
Yeah, and especially with the reliance on Lake Live, and we do have, I'm afraid, students who are going to think Lake Live is like distance learning, and that they don't really have to put forth an effort, and they're going to get a good grade out of it, and so they're not going to make. So that's the issue that I think somehow we're trying to address there.
So how would some of you guys help us out as far as what's defined as an extended absence and what moves outside of the realm of what teachers would usually address?
Well, regular absences, I mean, in there again, and of course you're now talking block. So used to be like if you missed 3 or 4 days in there, yeah, you missed a lot. Well, now if you're doing the schedules you have now, if you miss 1 day, you could be missing, you know, then that's considered up to like 2 days materials. So to me, you've got to do something within 3 to 5 days. But then again, if a teacher calls and nothing happens, then it needs to go to someone else. There's enough leadership people, I believe, that are at schools that can then kind of take over also and start, okay, is there a reason why you're not here at school or on Lake Live, or, you know, what's happening? Are you truly sick, or are you just missing because you don't feel like you want to come? You know, I mean, is there an issue here? And that's where some of the other people then possibly can help out with some of this. And if there is an issue, then that might become then the guidance counselors or the liaisons or somebody that, okay, because there really is an issue that is there and they need to figure out why.
or extended non-participation in a virtual program.
I just want to speak from
when
in March when we were teaching, when the students got behind or they weren't doing anything, literacy coach, past teacher, APs, guidance counselors, we all had to call to try to get the kids to do something. And, you know, we talk with the parent, we talk with the child, and then after that, if what needs to be done to get them to actually do some work, because we weren't very successful, even though we called.
So do you think we're safe leaving it just kind of as a vague extended absences? I mean, because I know the teams are going to kick in at the schools just like they did in the spring. I don't know. Principals, what are you guys' thoughts?
And I think after about 3 days, the teacher makes that first call, but if they don't get any response, they usually send it to us to say, I can't get any response from the parent, nothing's changed anyway. So on a 4x4, I would think if they didn't come on and the teacher tried one attempt to do it and they don't get anything back, then they'll send it to their administrator to say, please help me with this.
And especially on a block schedule, because 3 or 4 days absence, you could be missing a week and a half worth of standards and work. So it becomes even more imperative to keep that student engaged and up to date.
And at Mount Dora, we had a document that we kept live. And what we did was all of our ELL or people that needed Spanish speakers or whatnot, we had our ELL person and our TA, because they had a relationship with them, call them out. Our ESE people were attached to this huge document. And so the literacy coach, graduation facilitator, testing coordinator, all of us had the teacher would send it to the lead, and I was the lead for 9th grade. And then each one of the administrators had a lead for each one of their grades. And then we kind of filtered it through. We got officers out from certain times, but it was kind of nice to have that live document. So all of the teachers could just go in there and look to see where we were in dealing with whatever the absentee issue was. If there was an extended illness, if there was a death, if there was someone out of the country, any number of things. But basically everybody was assigned a role, kind of like
hospitalized for COVID-19.
Well, kind of like, it was kind of like the telephone tree, but it was like everyone had a specific thing. And then we kind of went through that order so no one was jumping over one another. And then we had the document, later on to follow up with.
And it sounds like, and depending on your resources you got at the school, it sounds like there's going to be some version of that at every school,
And I would already think that protocol is in place.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure it needs to be an MOU item. I don't know. Is it just so that teachers don't get caught calling parents continuously? Is that the purpose?
Or
yeah, some schools will make them call 2 and 3 and 4 times before they even get to the next level.
Right. And sometimes to me, that seems like it's a system problem rather than an MOU problem. I think that's something we need to work with schools to develop a better plan. I mean,
I agree. But
I agree.
Right. Well, I guess that's
until we get there, though.
Yeah, I just hate that we put language in. It's like we just need. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and even what you're not saying, but
unfortunately, if it's not in the language, it's like it's not there, and they don't have to do it.
I have a hard time believing that our leaders don't value that and have a plan in place to be able to handle that. Just like Julie spoke up and said what her school does, not Dora.
It's part of monitoring your early warning signs data. Student absences is part of that. And as you're monitoring your early warning signs data, it's a team approach. Of course, the teacher is part of the team, but once that has been done, then, it's just part of it. We have a system established. I think most schools do.
Yeah, maybe Chad just put schools will activate their, early warning team.
There you go.
But again, then that's not helping the teachers because, as I said, some schools are saying, well, have you contacted them? Yes. Well, did you contact them again? Well, did you contact them again? It's like, again, it's all on the teacher that's supposed to be doing a lot of this. Teachers are going to be busy enough this year with everything else.
So I'm struggling up here. Somebody help me out.
Could you replace the word parent with guardian too? I believe
Yeah.
that's how most of our things are.
Yeah.
And so I like how I think Rob and Dorinda both said about the early warning indicators, because that's, could we, yeah, we're trying to help you out here.
Yeah, I mean, Chad, I would just say schools will have a system in place to monitor the early warning systems and address attendance issues.
But I think then that gets back to Stuart and Kathy's thing that each school might have a difference. So I think I like that the teachers will not be so.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave it. I would leave how the first sentence. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, yeah, I can live with that.
Does this make sense?
And or guardians.
Chad, when you get a chance, just go back and, oh, thank you, throw an S on that. Identified by, I don't think it's early, it's just all early warning indicators. I think you take the word and out.
Yep. Take that out.
Okay. All right, so I feel good with that. This next one, I just needed some explanation on. So I think you move into extended absences.
Well, that's just kind of a,
Hello,
I mean, that's a given. So are you talking about with
Yeah,
extended?
I don't really know. I mean, we kind of, that's
That
what we do,
doesn't
right?
necessarily need to be in there. I don't think.
Okay.
Kathy, what do you think?
Either way on that, it's just the fact that, I mean, the student and parent and everybody needs to understand that if they're not there, they've missed that instruction.
I mean,
Whether
I think that
it's
goes
live, whether it's
yeah.
And then I'm not sure it needs to be in an MOU for teachers.
Yeah, I think it's
And
a
there-
given.
It's a given.
It's a given, but
I definitely think I get the concern, and but I mean that goes for I think every day of school for them. So that brings us to our end. Man, I really hate that we've got really one lingering issue here, and it's really because I don't know how to word. Where are we at?
Well, I mean, it is in the current language that it is 5 and 6 periods. So as long as I would just say, as long as the other, I mean, Stuart, you agree that there's some flexibility within some of those specialty classes, and it is based on need. I mean, there might be maybe an English 4 honors program that is teaching AP. I don't know at the small school. I don't know what specific cases you're referring to, but I definitely can see because of the numbers of students and the number of teachers I have, there are some cases where I do have to double up just to meet student need.
And I know the specialty kind of situations, as a TV instructor, I had to have my TV ones as a separate class. But
right.
Have TV ones with a TV 4, and then the advanced kids can kind of help out and fill in the gap. So I agreed to be able to do some of that.
Right.
So it's really, it's possible. Band is one, art is one.
Culinary is going to be one.
Culinary
I think there's
might be
programs.
one, but some of the beginnings that CT or the culinary one or TV one, the instructor may want to have those pure and then mix the advanced. So
If we
that's
could
really
agree,
up to the instructor what will work.
right, I mean, I agree, you can't put world history and US history in the same course, right? You can't,
Exactly.
right, I mean, some of the obvious ones,
Or government with that, yeah.
right, I mean,
I agree. So, by having a basic for this year, 7 rosters, and then there's going to be exceptions to that can be dealt with on a individual basis.
Welcome to what I was typing, Ted.
My computer just went into hieroglyphic mode.
I did-
Anybody know how to turn that off? I swear I started typing something. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me.
Something in the document, because it did that on me and I had to
It's I think it's under
I think
your
let me try
fonts.
and move off a different piece, and that'll probably fix me. Oh,
It was
geez.
weird.
Oh.
No, good luck.
Go to your
No, go to the bullet that's bold there after lunch. Just go back up to there and keep typing, and then you can bring it down, because that's what I had to do.
Okay. All right.
Isn't that terrible? That was the only way I could do it.
all
Hey,
right,
Mr.
yeah.
Platt, would you agree if it said something like teachers will not be assigned more than 7 rosters? But we do understand there are some unique circumstances where, based on school size and teacher capacity, there needs to be blended courses or something of that nature?
or might be exceptions to the
Right.
something like that. Yeah, Rob, I think I could go with that.
I think it
Because
would
I
be
was
nice
an
to
exception. I know that it can.
Right.
I think it would be nice, if at all possible, to include the teacher in the conversation, because
Exactly.
if they're the ones that aren't teaching it, sometimes, we think we know what the issue is, but I know when I'm talking to teachers, there's a lot of things that they kind of explain that I wouldn't have thought of. And so if it can be included in the conversation of how to group them, should we need to, I think that would be not only benefit the students, but I think that it would help with the instruction, because the teacher kind of knows how to group them a little bit better.
And Liz, I think you're right on. I mean, just like for me, I could do a 1 and a 3, but not 1 and 2.
Right.
Because those were 2 separate base skills that's standard. So I think involving the teacher in that decision is imperative.
Like the ESE, a lot of times it's easier to, it's pretty easy to join, English 1 and English 2 if you have to, but it would be much more difficult to do 2 and 3.
Right.
Based on the standards.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the
we might-
instructor.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes even elementary, we've even had to think about, can you combo 1st and 2nd or K and 1 just based on need? So there are, but I think Dorinda would probably have conversation with that teacher and say, hey, is that something that you feel comfortable just based on numbers?
I mean, when I taught in elementary school, I had a combination dropout prevention class that was 4th and 5th. And then I had a different one that was for remediation acceleration that was for 3rd and 4th, but there was a different purpose for each one of them, but it worked out well because of what we were trying to do.
Well, even in brick and mortar before COVID, elementary ESE self-contained classes could have had, K2, 3, 5 with 3 different preps for 5 different subjects. That's just, that's the way it's been.
Or K5.
And it just, yeah. And that's what I think we're saying here. There might be exceptions.
But I think at least involving the teacher can at least explain to the administrator how X might work, but not Z. I mean, there's going to be issues in there where,
well, I had to
it may be fine for some, but not for something else. And right now, the teachers are just being told that this is your schedule and this is what you have. And that's where I think some of them are having some frustrations.
because I had to explain it to the guidance counselors that I can't have TV 1 through 12 in the same class. And they'd say, but it's all TV, but it's 12 separate curriculums.
And the other thing is sometimes it's the big part is curriculum, but also sometimes, especially with your self-contained ESE, sometimes it's your students.
Yeah,
There's certain students that, I mean, that's one of the things that we talk about a lot in changing classes sometimes, because there's some that's oil and water, and you might want to fix it before it becomes an issue. And then in high school, we have restraining orders.
Yeah. I remember those, yes. And students in witness protection and any number of things.
Basically, I just took the current language and bumped it up by one roster. Rob, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. I'd just say to what we've been talking about, maybe just say, understanding there are unique circumstances that we cannot
fully comply. I don't know.
Extenuating circumstances outside of our control.
Oh, hell, that's daily.
That's education.
That's an hourly thing, man. That's hourly.
Or you can maybe just say both parties understand there may be exceptions to the rule listed above.
Exactly. Yeah, keep it simple. I like it.
If that's acceptable or not, but yeah.
Okay, what was that?
I overclicked.
A little primal scream from somewhere?
All right. Oh, that's not what I'm trying to do. Okay. I'm just trying to make it through this without hieroglyphics.
Okay. Stop right there. Go back where you had your hieroglyphics. And if you look, okay, go back to where you were typing hieroglyphics, wherever that was.
It was up here somewhere.
So, because somehow there was a section there that got switched to what's called wingding. So go up to your fonts, and right now you've got Arial. So when you get to the point where it's doing something weirder,
just go
back. There, see wingdings?
Yeah.
And then just go back to Arial.
What exactly is a wingding? Isn't that like a party or something?
Pretty much. It's some secret code introduced by the Bulgarians. I don't know.
Sounds good to me.
It's a shindig.
There we go. Whatever that might be.
Because as a separate board,
Chad.
Yeah.
Hey, Kirsten is wondering, and myself also, that there might be exceptions necessary to the above bullet. Is there some way we can just put that in parentheses at the end of that? Because when you say the above bullet, we have more than.
That does get weird.
Just so it's very clear.
And then you can take out to the above.
Right, you can take, yeah. Both parties understand there might be exceptions.
Period.
Yeah.
Exceptions, period.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can we just do that?
Yep.
Yeah.
I would think we could.
Now, the only
I
thing
just
this
think that-
doesn't address, it doesn't address kind of the elementary issues you had with, so, because we just listed middle and high, but if with that language is the same, we didn't change.
We
Is
didn't,
everybody
change-
okay with
yeah.
that?
Yeah.
But because there are some, you know, some of your ESE that you talked about, there are some combining of classes based on need.
And there's also, those are also some ESE issues because by combining, we're not necessarily meeting the IEP of the individual. So
Well,
that's got to
thinking-
be the primary concern.
Yeah, and I can tell you again, you know, we better be in compliance with IEPs.
That's right.
Even when expressing flexibility, and I think they, you know, they've been combing through those IEPs and making adjustments. So.
Okay. All right. Good.
So I feel like we've reached a point of hopefully an acceptable agreement here.
I think we've reached that point as well. So
Stuart,
send a
what?
copy. Let's
Okay.
review it. We'll each put our eyes on it one more time.
Okay.
Any other necessary changes? Maybe you and I and Kathy and Rob maybe get together.
Okay.
I think we've got the framework here.
Okay.
Anybody disagree? Going once, going twice?
So
Chad, I just sent you an email with like 3 other places that letters have been used without the thing. So when you get that, that's just what it is. I tried to be specific so whoever was typing this could find them quickly.
I will be forwarding that to my friend Miss Sycamore in the next room.
Then you're
So-
going to owe her some Coca-Cola and refreshments for later on, apparently.
I figured it was Gail. I was going to send it to her, but I just didn't know. So
I got it. She's gonna be after me to do a bunch of things, I'm sure. No, I'm in debt to Gail Sycamore for the rest of my life, so it doesn't even matter.
that is
You-
true.
You and me are both are.
Okay, well, we'll do a little bit of cleanup and get that to you ASAP, Stuart.
Okay.
And then we'll breathe on a little bit, and then we can convene tomorrow. We'll communicate on it.
Perfect.
And get things completed.
All right.
Just want to thank everybody for your participation in this painstaking process, regulars and guests. And if it's all right with you guys, I'll just go ahead and close this out. It's 3:19 on 8/20/2020.
Bye.
And this concludes LCEA Lake County Schools bargaining.